Hello! Happy Friday. Hold on. I just tried sipping some tea and it was way too hot and I burned my whole mouth. So that's really lovely. Hello Jester, congrats on first. Hello Panis. Hello Talo. Hello Trace. Hello Fita. Also thank you for the server boost, Fita. I saw it, but I don't know if anyone else can see it. Hello Blood. It is Paper Mario Day for sure. Hello Rising. Hello Austin. Hello Flufo. Sorry to hear you lost your mouth. Yeah. I burned it off. It's gone now forever. Yeah, hello Amadis. Welcome in. I've had today and yesterday off, and I wanted to spend the entire day today playing 100 line like I have been doing these past few days, but I don't know. I was doing other stuff, and then time passed by so quickly I didn't play a single minute of 100 line yet, but I will in the evening. I look forward to playing it some more. Hello Latai, hi. Common tea drinker experience, whole reason some genius invented iced tea. Can't burn your mouth on iced tea. But can't you get like brain freeze or whatever if it's too cold? You know, you can still lose out. Hello Nayut, welcome in. I feel like I sound kind of sick today, and I'm sorry. I will try to improve the sickness sounds. I feel like I'm very nasally and very, I don't know, my throat feels very rough, which is why I'm drinking tea, but it is too hot, so we'll see. But yeah, I've been mostly just playing 100 line. I feel like I can't continue reading any of the books or manga that I've been reading until I am able to finish 100 line for some reason. I feel like I can only do one thing at a time, and that is why I have to finish 100 line. It's gonna take at least the same amount of time that I already put into it, because I think I'm almost done with all the routes that don't have me kill Ato, so I will have to see if there's any more, but I think I'm on the last one where I don't kill him, and then I have to move on to killing him, so we'll see. Is there a heat wave hitting Europe right now? It was kind of hot here 2 weeks ago, but the past week was very cold, in fact. So, I don't know. I did not look at the weather report today. I don't even know where my phone is, so I can't tell you what the weather is like here. It is warmer than it was the last week, though. But it's also very cloudy, so I think it's still okay. Maybe different parts of Europe / Germany, maybe not the north. I think I'm in the same route you were talking about in Discord, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to spoil you, so I won't say anything else. But if you are in for a wild ride. That one was a little bit crazy, not gonna lie. I don't even know what I'm on right now. I played another one after the one that I was talking about last night, and then that one was very short. That one only went to like day, I don't know, what was it? 50 maybe? But now I'm on another one that I don't even know what it's about. I have no idea. There's no hints as to what's gonna happen in this one, so I'm curious. But yeah, I did wanna keep going on a different route, but it locked me out of that one because I am missing 4 endings and a different kind of lock. But having played a couple of routes now, I have actually learned a little bit about the lore of the game without having been spoiled beforehand, which is pretty neat. And a lot of the things that I thought were true are slowly becoming true, so I like it a lot so far, and I'm still not burnt out. Though every time I start a new route, I feel a little bit less motivated because I'm so used to the one that I previously played. But it's very fun nonetheless. Everybody suddenly started really liking Takumi. Yeah, then that's that's the right one then. It starts off kind of funny and haha, this is a little bit weird and uncomfortable, but it's, you know, it's still okay. But then it quickly deteriorates into, oh my god, what is happening? And then it gets real bad. I was screaming a lot while playing that one. I think my neighbors probably thought that I was, I don't know, watching football. God, what do you call it? Soccer? Yeah, not American football or anything like that, just soccer. The kicking the ball into the goal, yeah. Because those types of people here in Germany are very loud. They scream at their TV. I'm still in the funny haha time of it. Like, even when it was like funny and haha fan servicey, it still felt uncomfortable because, you know, it's a little weird and it's not 100% out of their own volition, but it was still okay-ish. But still bad. The Inazuma 11 sport. I'm not familiar with Inazuma 11, so I don't know. It should really just be called football. Yeah, exactly. Because that's exactly what you do. You kick a ball with your foot. Suki checking in on the Hamburg x St. Pauli match. I don't know when they play. I know when they play because I will meet them in the train all of a sudden. Since I do live in the north, Hamburg isn't quite so far away from me. It's quite far still, but it's close enough that I could go there. And sometimes when I take the train, I see people on their way to Hamburg, and it's like, oh, hi. I hope you have a good time. Hello, Irom. Welcome in. It's a level 5 game, I'm aware. It's hard to get into it because you have to experience Inazuma 1 to 10 first. I don't know if that's a joke or not. I thought the latest game was good for newcomers. I don't know anything about the franchise, so I can't really say anything about it. What I do know is that Hamburg and St. Pauli have a fierce rivalry and everything. But St. Pauli is in Hamburg. I'm not very familiar with the different teams. I'm guessing Hamburg and St. Pauli are two different teams. I don't really know, but they're both in, well, Hamburg is Hamburg and St. Pauli is in Hamburg, so I'm a little confused, but you know. Barely even touch the ball with your foot in American football. Like, yeah, why is it called American football if you don't really use your foot? Don't you like throw the ball and like tackle, body check people, you know? I don't understand why it's called football, but you know, whatever. That's okay. Hello, Nosha. Well, hope you're doing good today. Yeah, I'm doing good. You do kick it? I don't know. From what I have seen, they don't really kick it all that much. Maybe they kick it like once to set it off? I don't know, but I usually just see people throwing it and like then they get tackled by someone else and get thrown to the ground and it looks very violent. I assume Americans did that to spite everyone else. It would be fitting, it would be fitting. Hello, Laika, welcome in. We're doing it today. Also, that reminds me. Tomodachi Life, yeah. I was able to refund Luigi's Mansion 2, and they finally sent my VGP order. Hallelujah, is what I say to that. I can finally get Tomodachi Life. Soon. It only took over a month. Actually, I ordered it in March. I think it released like almost a month ago, so I've been waiting for everything to ship for quite some time. And I am impatient. I have reached impatientness. Sometimes they kick it at the start. Yeah, I think they kick it at the start. More often in rugby. Am I thinking of rugby? What is rugby? Oh god, I don't actually know the difference. What is rugby? It is mostly hand stuff. I bought it this morning. I hope you have fun with it. I finally want to play it. I don't know how long I'll be interested in playing the game, but right now I am very intrigued. and I wanna play it as much as I can. I mostly just wanna create like different characters from like different games and stuff. Because I think that'll be really fun. I'm rather fond of spiting everyone else. That's a good quality to have, honestly. I love Tomodachi Life. I've been getting back into it in Pokopia with my wife. Getting back into it? Like, when did you ever get out of it? You're still deep into it, aren't you? I'll make you on my island, thank you. I look forward to seeing it. It's kind of funny how detailed everyone else is making me in their game. Maybe it's because I have low standards, but when I make myself in the game, I just give myself black hair, maybe the correct eye color. I don't even draw in the mole or anything, or like the moon or the white strand. I just leave all of that out. I'm way too lazy. I'm okay if I just have black hair. That's fine. Rugby is basically American football, but without any of the helmets or padding. So basically it's even more brutal and even more dangerous. Gotcha. My wife? Borat voice. I feel like... Is that... I have to look up... Borat? Is that who I think it is? Yeah, it's that guy. I think I've seen some stuff. That's a movie, right? Or is it a TV show? I've seen some scenes from whatever this guy is from. The whole movie is called Borat, right? Borat, I don't know. I stopped because of getting into 3D art. It's more like a break, isn't it? I've seen some stuff from Pokopia that made me more interested in trying the game. I saw someone recreate the school grounds of Danganronpa 2 in Pokopia, like the outside cabins and whatnot. And it made me want to get Pokopia so I can recreate some Danganronpa environments. That sounds very fun. I didn't know that you could get so creative with it. It definitely is more like Minecraft in that way. The character creation is like 60% of the game for me. I think I keep end up going, but this looks so meh, and trashing Mii's midway through creation. I get that. I haven't had the chance to make many Mii's. I only made 2 Higurashi ones and my shelf. But it was very fun. I don't really like the whole drawing part. I did try drawing a little bit in the demo, but I'm not that big of a fan. I just prefer recreating the characters as much as I can with the standard selection that you can make. Bert Guy is the voice of King Julian in the Madagascar movies. Oh, I do. I think I've seen a Madagascar movie. That's the... Oh god, Julian is the weird animal that I don't know the name of. King Julian Madagascar. Yeah, what is that animal? A lemur? A lemur. Yes, I'm not too familiar with that animal. If you want to try it, I can family share Pokopia to you. I own it digitally. I will get back to you on that. I can't start playing another game right now. I will play Tomodachi Life every now and then, but I don't know if I can start Pokopia too. First I have to finish 100 line, then maybe. Because I have a feeling that I'll want to sink a lot of time into it. But that is good to know. Maurice, I can't move it. Oh man, I haven't seen that movie in such a long time. It's a good one. I feel like I was gonna talk about something else, but then I forgot. Anyway, we should play... Oh, my tea's probably cold by now. A lot of time passed by. How's 100 line going? Oh yeah, I talked about it in the Discord. It's going really well. I have 20 endings now out of 100. There's a lot more where that's coming from. I don't know how they're gonna give me 80 more. I feel like I'm halfway through the game based on the routes that I am able to see, that I can still do on the path that I am on. So I don't know how I'm gonna get the other 80, but you know, some of them have quite a lot of endings. Like the romance route, I think, had a bunch. So maybe they just have a lot of endings in one specific route or whatever. But yeah, it's going really well. I love it. It's super fun. I'm so deep into the world of 100 Line that I sometimes make like references to it when I talk to friends and stuff like that. It's really good. I'm very immersed. And I think my neighbors might be sick of the CRA morning announcements because I have them on blast through my TV. So I think they're sick of me just letting them play fully each time. It's kind of funny because I'm not even mad about them having this many endings now that I think about it, because it gives me the chance to develop bonds with every single character. That's something that you were able to do in Danganronpa as well, but you had to really hustle to get like one particular character leveled up so much that you had all of their like story pieces unlocked. And sometimes they would just die right away and you couldn't even fully unlock all of their personal story chapters and whatnot. So it was kind of sad, but in 100 Line, you can use the different routes that you're on to develop your relationship with the characters, and you can find out more about them, and I think that's really cool. I can max out everything, like I maxed out all of my stats in the game, and now I'm trying to max out my character bonds, and it's very cool. So playing through 100 endings gives you the opportunity to go ham on that. I wonder if there's like achievements for that on Steam where you have like everything unlocked and whatnot. Unfortunately, the Switch version does not have any achievements. I don't even think they have any built-in achievements. I haven't been in the main menu in a while. I just always put the Switch on standby and started from where it left off. But anyway, we should start reading Umineko. Okay, before I switch over there, I have to show you something cool. I finally set up the thing I said I was going to set up. So you should be really proud of me. Oh god, it's gonna be weird for a second, okay? I have to fix it, but look. I set up the little border. Hello, Derek. I set up the little, not border, the little frame. So that I can fit in here. And I don't have to be sideways anymore. This was easier to set up than I thought. This is oh god, I didn't put them in my credits. This was made by Spooky Sony, I think their name is. And they make really cool, like, assets for VTubers and stuff. And I got this. I want to get a custom-made one at some point, but this will have to do. The colors are really nice. It fits me really well. I enjoyed 100 Line so much at release, but like most things, I got distracted and played other things. You've inspired me to go back. Yay! Let's go! It's a really good game. I love playing it so much. That makes me really happy. Yeah, very fancy. Spooky containment zone. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There's a bottom part to this too. This isn't the whole thing, but I don't know. The little wind chime doesn't really fit me. That's more like Eastern inspired. I don't know if I can really make that justice, so I leave it out. I leave it out. Well done. I like that you're praising me, but this isn't my work. This is not my work. You're thinking with portals. Yeah, exactly. Into the square hole. I wish there was a spooky shaped hole in those kinds of toys so that you can still put me in the square hole, you know? I need to make that meme. That's actually really funny. I love watching that video. You did an amazing job finding and sharing that, Spooky. Thank you. I put a lot of work into showing you this, yeah? I'm thinking I could put This over the chat. Hello? Can I put this over the chat maybe? There we go. You are not going to cover me. I will cover you, if anything. I love that video so much. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hello, Nin. Hi, hi. We're doing it today. Okay. Let us begin. Let me, first of all, get that. I love the bell ringing. It's so ominous for some reason. I feel like every time I play Umineko, it's quite loud, isn't it? I'm still trying to find a balance. I feel like it could be louder than it is right now, but not too loud. Maybe here? I forgot where we left off. I think we looked at the painting of Beatrice, and then they were talking about the little puzzle that, oh god, the names. I'm still not perfect with them. Kinzo has some kind of puzzle set up for them to find 10 metric tons of gold, possibly hidden somewhere on this island. And they were talking about the worth of it and how likely it is for the gold to actually exist on this island and stuff like that. And then we had Kinzo again having a massive crash out. I think that was one of the last things that happened, right? He had another crash out. I don't know. Maybe we just had the family fighting. Oh yeah, they had like a little fight of sorts, you could say. They were talking about how... Oh god, what was his name again? Wait, we can look it up. Talking about how... Where is he? This guy's business is failing. He built like a little hotel resort type of thing, which is now the guest house. And apparently it's not going so great. And then, oh yeah, I remember. Eva was a little bit of a meanie to Natsuhi. And then she left crying and I felt really bad for her. She was kind of awful. All of the siblings are kind of awful. Except for Rosa. She's okay as of right now. Natsuhi deserved better. A little. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll try to sip my tea and see if I can survive. Listen, I'll even put away the candle and pull out my teacup so it looks like I'm drinking tea, yeah? My tea is now almost cold, so I will have to down this very quickly. Kinzo has a crash out like every stream. It's part of his personality at this point. She called Natsuhi that thing. Yeah, and she also called her... Oh god. A borrowed womb? Yeah, that's what she called her. And something housewife. I don't know. Very insulting stuff to being said to a fellow woman. I don't know why she would say that, but you know, she did, and it makes me like her a little bit less, but we'll see. Maybe she has some kind of character development and she takes it back or something. I wish it wasn't so hot so I could drink some tea. I have Dr. Pepper. I tried Dr. Pepper once in my life and I didn't really like it, so I don't know. Maybe I should try it again. But I hope you enjoy the Dr. Pepper. Very moment. It was overall pretty bad. She was just trying to defend Klaus. Oh yeah, he was also a little bit rude. You know, by telling her to shut up and leave, and he apologized for his wife and how she acted, even though she was just trying to defend him and everything. And was like, oh, imagine what I have to live with every single day. I hate this guy, by the way, if you couldn't tell. I want him to fall down the stairs and, you know, explode. Could have made another anime reference with the umbrella going through the girl's neck and everything. Throat, actually. I don't know if anyone else has seen Another in the chat right now. I don't know. It's a really good anime. It was my very first horror anime, and It's pretty good. It's like Final Destination, but in anime form. Rudolph told Kiria to be quiet. Yeah. The men in this family are not very nice to their wives. Emma is pretty nice to her husband. Mine too. Yeah, that's a good one. I want to rewatch it at some point. I watched it like 3 times when I was younger, but I haven't watched it in a while. I watched another back in like 2011. It's been some time. I watched it in like 2010 or something. It's been a long time. I should watch it again. Oh yeah, speaking of anime and watching stuff, I said that I would start the watch-along for Higurashi this week. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. If I make an impromptu announcement about it tomorrow, this is your warning. I don't know if I'm gonna do it this week or if I'm gonna wait for after Dokumi, because I will have to cancel it for the week of Dokumi anyway, so I don't know. We would have 2 weeks of doing it and then 1 week of it being cancelled, and then, you know, we might as well just wait until after Dokumi to start it, but I haven't decided yet. And I might impromptu send out a little announcement for it tomorrow. We'll see. I'm beginning to think that this patriarchy hates women. Maybe. There's a slight chance of that being true. Anyway, let me quickly sip my tea and then I will start reading. I don't know if I can finish it super quickly, but bear with me. Oh my god, I almost drowned myself in tea. I just heard a really loud bee in front of my window, and I actually had a nightmare that there was a bee inside the apartment, so I'm on the lookout. Anyway, I like half drank the tea. I'm gonna start reading now. I think the volume is okay like that. Oh, so this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
Shannon か。いやさ、バトラはベアトリーチェの肖像画を初めて見るからさ。
Shannon. Well, this is the first time Batra has seen Beatrice's portrait, not
まあ、
painting.
見とれてたってわけだぜ。
He was just fascinated by it.
そうですね。見とれちゃいますね。
That's right, it certainly is fascinating.
ベアトリーチェ様って本当にお綺麗です。
Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful.
さぞや親方様を虜になさったろうと思います。
I'm sure that she captivated the master. I wonder if she believes in that, or if she is a non-believer in the witches. Maybe she's a witch herself, who knows?
パトロン説の他にも、おじい様の初恋の人だという説もあるんだ。
In addition to the patron theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love.
どちらにせよ、彼女に出会ってから数十年を経ているだろうにもかかわらず、今なお心の中に大きく居座り続けているんだから。
Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart.
それは今なお虜にしているということなんだろうね。
Which must mean that he's still captivated by her.
やれやれ。
Sheesh.
これじゃ、ばあ様はさぞや嫉妬しただろうぜ。
That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh? I wonder when she died. Was she still alive while he was going, "Oh, Beatrice, I would give everything to see your smile again. Oh, I love you so much. Wah, wah, wah." Because I have a feeling she would not be a big fan of that.
私はよく知らねえけど、やっぱりそういうのはあったらしいぜ。
I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true.
ばあ様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
Grandmother believed he was cheating on her with some blonde. She's in shock. Oh, okay. Good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon. Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla.
申し訳ございません。
I apologize.
熊沢さんから これを皆さんにお届けするようにことづかりました。
I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone.
なんだろ
What is it, I wonder?
う。素敵だね。
Oh,
クッ
excellent.
キーだ。
Cookies. Mmm. A cookie would go really well with my tea right now. Wink, wink.
クッキー食べたい
Wanna eat cookies?
クッキー食べたい
Wanna eat cookies?
お召し上がりいただけますよ。
Please eat as much as you would like.
でも、その、
But, would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the portrait? Shanon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking.
マリア、ここじゃなくてよそで食べようぜ。
I mean, really, it's more polite because you would be inviting Beatrice to join on the cookie eating. Maria, why don't we eat someplace
ク
else?
ッキーをお弁当にピクニックに行こう。
Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic.
ピクニック行こうピクニック行こ
Have a picnic! Have a
うクッ
picnic!
キー食べれるなら行こ
If we can eat cookies, let's go!
そうだな。ちょっと表の空気を吸いに行くか。
Yeah, let's go get some fresh air.
魔女様の御前でつまみ食いもねえもんだぜ。
We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch.
そうだ。もともと私たちは浜辺に行こうって言ってたんじゃねえか。
That's right, didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Hello, Last X.
行こうぜ行こうぜ。
Let's go, let's go.
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないんだけど、腰を下ろせる敷物と水筒にお茶を入れてきてもらうのをお願いしてもいいかな。
Shanon-chan, sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flasks of tea?
うはい
Right,
かしこまりました
certainly. Shanon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
おおバトラまだ信じてない
Batara, you still don't believe?
いや、信じるぜ。
Nope, I believe.
その方が夢があるしな。
It'd be so much cooler that way.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがじい様に10トンの黄金を授けた。
The golden witch Beatrice gave grandfather 10 tons of gold.
それで、その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。
And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere.
しかもそいつを、じい様は怪しげな碑文に書き残し、見つけられるもんなら見つけてみろと俺たちを挑発してるってんじゃねえか。
Besides, didn't grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can?
こういうロマンはあった方がいいってもんさ。
I'd say that kind of adventurous story is way better.
200億円の黄金か。
20 billion yen worth of gold, huh?
私たち4人で山分けしたってとんでもない金額になるな。
Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money.
一人頭50億円か。
5 billion yen for each of us.
すごいね。
Incredible.
それだけあったらどんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。
With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper.
いや、そもそも働かずに生涯を優雅に過ごせるだろうね。
In fact, we could live our whole lives fabulously without working at all. Ah, isn't that the dream? Hello, Luna. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. 20 billion? The theme of money touches on the cousins' lives. I have a feeling that someone's gonna get killed over some sum of money, you know? Everything about this game so far has been about, you know, money and business and family relationships. But, you know, money plays almost the biggest part so far. So I have a feeling someone's gonna get murdered over money.
50億円よりクッキークッキー
I don't want 5 billion yen. I want cookies. Cookies.
マリアには金よりクッキーだな。
Maria would take cookies over money.
しかし、50億円か。
Still
夢
5
のある
billion
話
yen.
さ。
That's like a dream. 10 tons of gold is more than enough to crush someone. You could kill somebody with the money, in fact. That'd be pretty comedic. You think greed could lead one to kill? Never. That has never happened before. Oh no, I don't want to go back to the adults. I was okay with just being in front of Beatrice's painting. Please, I don't want to go back to this.
まさかお前たちは親父殿の黄金伝説を本当に信じているのかね
Ridiculous. Is it possible that you all truly believe in Father's legend of the gold?
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はさすがに信じねえさ。
Of course, we don't believe that story about the witch giving him gold.
だが黄金の話だけは間違いじゃない。
But there's no mistake about the gold itself.
お父様が出自不明の金塊を持っていたことは複数の筋から確認されているわ。
The fact that Father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways.
死んだマルソーの会長は生前、お父様に某所で積み上げられた金塊を実際に見せられたという。
We've heard that before the president of Marusu company died, Father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere.
お父様はそれを指して10トン分あるとはっきり明言したわ。
Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons worth.
老いぼれのざれ言じゃないか
That's just the nonsense of a senile old man.
親父殿と一緒に存在しない黄金の存在をでっち上げただけだ
Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story.
取るにも足らない
You can't take it seriously. It's kind of funny because I thought that Klaus would be the most likely person to believe in it. He seems like the type of guy that would, you know, even if it wasn't true, would at least check it out. But I'm surprised to find that it's the other ones. Hello, Lalo.
存在線黄金にあないな軍資金は集まらへんで。会長さんは生前その真摯なお人柄であれだけ大勢の財界人から尊敬を集めたお人や。
If that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding. Before the president died, he was a person with such a sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world.
詐欺の片棒なんか担がへん。
He wouldn't have become a partner to such fraud.
兄貴、マルソーの会長は確かに見たんだ。
Aniki, the president of Maruso definitely saw it. The music is very dramatic right now. It seems like someone is about to get shot. It's so tense. Maybe he's trying to keep them from looking. Honestly? Yeah, that makes sense. Thinking about it now, that actually does make more sense than him not believing in it. I will stick to my belief of him thinking that there is 10 tons of gold somewhere, and that he probably already looked for it, and that he is close to finding it, and he doesn't want them to find out or something.
10トンの黄金をはっきりとその目で。
10 tons of it, clearly with his own
し
eyes.
かも親父はそのインゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、会長に持ち帰らせて鑑定させた。
Even more, Dad let the president take one ingot at random and have it examined.
それは10キロのインゴットで、鑑定結果は純度49。
The results of that examination showed that the 10 kilogram ingot was 99.99% pure.
インゴット表面には後宮家の家紋である片翼のワシが刻印されていたという。
He said that the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was imprinted on it. Why would you do that? Why would you imprint your crest on a pile of gold? Doesn't that kind of... I mean, probably you wouldn't lose out too much from imprinting it on it. It depends on whether or not it was like cut into it or if they really just printed something on it. I don't know if you can print stuff on metal. I suppose that you can, but I would assume that they just kind of scratched it in there.
後宮の黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。
Gold's gold, doesn't matter, but if you can't properly, like... if you print something on it, wouldn't you be not able to properly remove it? If you just scratch it in there, at least you can just melt the gold and, you know, you could work with it again. But if you put something on it, it would be kind of hard to get it back off, no? Part of the ingot's mold. That makes more sense, yeah. The crest looks cool as hell, gotta flex. I mean, if no one is gonna see your pile of gold, what's the point? If only one person saw it, I mean, I guess that would make kind of an impression. Easy to imprint. Okay, okay. Almost instantly, the Ushiromiya legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world.
鋳造元不明の黄金は換金率が悪い。
Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money.
ボロ儲けのチャンスだと思った彼らはそれを担保に認め、結果お父様は莫大な融資を受けることができた。
Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, father was able to receive massive loans.
バカバカしいにも程があるじゃないか。
Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept?
お前たちはいくつになるんだ。
How old are you people?
まだそんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのかね。
Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously?
第一、その10トンの黄金の証拠はどこにあるんだ。
Where's the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? He sounds so mocking. I would know it has my family crest on it. True. I mean, it depends on how he received the money too. If he did get it from a witch, it would make sense to make it extra fancy by imprinting the crest on it too, you know? It's supposed to rebuild the family after all. Ginzo invested into crypto and it's all gone now. That'd be so sad. He has a hidden laptop somewhere in the 1980s.
親父殿と親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
Aren't you just parroting the lies of father and a few of those close to him?
もちろん口伝だけさ。
Of course, it's just a story.
でもよ兄貴、
But still, Aniki.
親父が調達した莫大な金はそれに見合う担保が必要だった。
The amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral.
仮に黄金がデマでも、それに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは紛れもない事実じゃねえのかい。
Even if the gold itself was just a rumor, it's an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of comparable worth.
都市空間の親父殿が作った黄金幻想さ。
It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless
あ
father.
りもしない黄金をあるかに振る舞い、スポンサーたちを騙したんだ。
He acted as though he actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors. Hello, I stole the pies. It's episode 1. What is this one called? I think I have it in my title. I do not have it in my title. Legend of the Golden Witch? Thank you, thank you.
一世一代の大博打だったのだろう。
It was probably the gamble of a lifetime.
運よくその資産の運用に成功できた。
Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful.
もし当時の外需拡大がなかったら後宮家の再興はならず、親父殿は世紀のペテン師として追われていただろう。
If the Korean War demands hadn't come and the Ushiromiya family had not been restored, father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century.
じゃあクラウス兄さんは黄金など最初から存在せず、すべてお父さんのでっち上げだよか？
So, are you saying the gold never existed and father made it all up?
もちろんさ。
Of course.
だから十分な成功を収めた後には黄金幻想など面倒なだけだった。
And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he'd achieved enough success.
だから親父殿は魔女だの黒魔術だのとわけのわからないことを後に言い出して信憑性を薄めたのさ。
That's why, later on, father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story.
つまり黄金幻想がでっち上げであることを明かしたのだよ。
In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication.
魔女に黄金を授かったなどと言えば、もはや誰も黄金の存在を信じたりはしまい。
If he claimed to have received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it existed at all, right?
あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。
It's also possible he said it all for your sakes.
なのに、ありもしない黄金を遺産分配に含めて議論しようというバカな息子たちが現れる。
Nevertheless, here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold along with the rest of the inheritance.
どうぞ。まさかお前までこんなでっち上げを信じてるって言うんじゃないだろうな。
Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this.
私はお父様が本当に黄金を持っていたかどうかを確かめることはできない。
I can't prove whether or not father really had the gold.
でもお父様の4人の子供の一人として正当な分を主張したいだけよ。
I just want to claim my rightful share as one of father's 4 children.
ほう。
It's always Rosa, yeah. She always gets dragged into this.
ローザも言うようになったじゃないか。
It seems even you have started to talk that way, Rosa.
なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいわけかね。
I see. So that's what you're all getting at.
私が黄金を独り占めしようとしていると。
You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself.
兄さんが莫大な軍資金を調達したのは事実。
Nissan, you've gathered a massive supply of funds. That's a fact.
それがお父様の個人資産の横領では断じてありえないというなら。
If we rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling father's personal
つ
funds,
まりはそういうことよ。
then there's only one possibility left, right?
兄貴はすでに10トンの金塊を見つけてるんじゃないかって。
Aniki, we've been thinking
俺たちはそう見てるのさ。
that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars.
バカバカしい。
This atmosphere is so tense. Ridiculous.
そんなものは元より存在しない。
Such a thing never existed in the first place.
じゃあ説明なさいよ。
Then explain yourself.
お父様の財産の横領、お父様の隠し黄金。
Was it embezzlement of father's assets or father's hidden gold?
そのどちらでもないなら、どうやってあれだけの軍資金を調達できたっていうの？
How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of those methods?
私にも政界財界に友人が多くいてね。
Even I have many friends in the political and financial realms.
彼らから協力を得ただけに過ぎんよ。
I have earned their cooperation, nothing more.
それについてお前たちに説明する義務はない。
And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you.
分かっているだろう。
You understand, don't you?
話せぬ方面の筋もある。
There are some topics that ought not to be spoken of.
兄貴がそうだと言い張るんならそれでいいさ。
If you insist on that point, that's all well and good for now.
でもよ兄貴。親父は長くない。
But Aniki, Dad doesn't have long.
来年の今日まで生きてるなんて誰にも保証できねえんだぜ。
Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year.
親父が死ねばその時点で遺産相続だ。
The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death.
俺たちは全員の立場から中立な弁護士と会計士を立てて親父の財政状況を調査させるぜ。
We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation.
その時、お父様の資産に兄さんが不当な干渉をしていることが発覚したなら。
At that time, if it comes to light that you've unjustly interfered with father's
お
money,
分かりね。
you understand, right? They're so evil. I can't say where I got the funding. I signed an NDA. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. Not quite literally, but he doesn't want to say where he got the funding either. He's just like, no, I would never do any of what you're accusing me of, but I also won't tell you how I got the money. These people suck. I don't know. Kinzo was right calling them vultures.
何の話だかさっぱりわからんね。
I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
妻でなくても憤慨したい気持ちだ。
You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was.
お父さんの黄金は
Wow.
もちろんお父さんの財産や。
Of course, father's gold is part of father's fortune.
表に出せん金やっちゅうのも分かっと。
We understand it's money you can't reveal openly.
しかし4人に公平な権利があるはずや。
But the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it.
つまり兄貴が黄金を独り占めしていないかどうか、兄貴についても財務状況を調査させてもらうぜってことなのさ。
In other words, we're gonna have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's to determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not. I mean, is it relevant what happens before Kinzo dies? If Klaus is really in possession of their dad's fortune as of right now, would they be able to take it away from him if it's not currently in Kinzo's possession anymore? I wonder how that works. Because, like, you can't change stuff in retrospect. You can only work with what is currently still available, right? Maybe I'm underestimating just how far you can go with inheritance stuff. Interesting how Kirie and Hideyoshi call Kinzo father even though they're just in-laws. Yeah, I think... Isn't that the case in a lot of cultures and stuff? Where they will just call them mom and dad and stuff like that? I would personally never do that, but you know, I think some cultures do that.
いい機会じゃない。
Isn't this a great opportunity?
兄さんの言うところの友人知人にバックアップしてもらったというところを証明なさいよ。
Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances.
私たちはくだらない疑いを持ってしまったことを潔く謝れるわ。
That way, we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you.
ねえ、ローザ。
Right, Rosa. Her
そう
again.
ね。
They really brought her over to their side. If they're Kinzo's caretakers, now they should still be responsible about it, methinks. I suppose, yeah, that does make sense. If he's, like, ill and needs to be taken care of and they're technically his caregivers, they have different responsibilities. That makes sense. I assume this would be a decades-long legal battle after his death anyway. True, true. This wouldn't be one and done. They would fight to have more power and more fortune as the other siblings, for sure. When you marry, you get a new mom and dad, something along those lines. The contrast between the siblings and the cousins is so nasty. I really hope that the relationship between the cousins can stay like it is right now. It's rather heartwarming. It's kind of sweet. If it changes for the worse, I'll be really sad. Hello, Pedro. Welcome in. If you mess with someone's inheritance funds because you have access to them for personal gain without permission, that's called embezzlement, and it's a crime. Okay, okay. But technically, if he had the permission, it wouldn't be a crime. Even if Kinzo isn't right in the head. If he's a little, you know, mentally ill, would that still count as permission? I don't know. I feel like you could really present it either way.
クラウス兄さんこそ話をはぐらかしてるわ。
Klaus-san, you're the one who's dodging the issue.
やましいところがないというなら証明してくれればいいだけの話なのに、兄さんはまるで取り合おうとしてくれない。
If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, but you aren't even trying to do so.
だがまあ、兄貴の立場にも配慮するさ。
However, Aniki, we still have to consider your position here.
親父の名代ということで、俺たちより一つ多く責任を背負ってるところもあるだろう。
As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are.
今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちが、それを察しないでブーブー言うのは、こりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account. I don't know how much Klaus is really doing for Kinzo, but technically Klaus and Natsuhi are also living with Kinzo and are technically his caregivers. So I feel like it would only be fair if they inherited more money compared to the other siblings, but I don't know. It would have to be litigated if his mental condition wasn't sufficient to make such decisions. Yeah. It will probably end up in court to see if it was a valid use. If there's confusion about how sane of mind the person is, then it gets messy and legal battles left and right. This is so nasty. Who would want to put up with this? Honestly, aren't they doing pretty well for themselves either way? I feel like they're living in luxury already as is. They don't need 10 tons of gold or even however many tons of gold they would get each. They don't need that. If I were in their position, I'd just be like, listen, I don't want to have 10 years of legal battles to get a little bit of money. I would just, you know, I'll just live with what I have. I'll just take the least that I can get. Just give me whatever, really, whatever is left. Can't have too much money. I mean, I guess it's true, but also, I don't know. I feel like I would reach a point where I'd be like, yeah, I'm okay with this amount of money. $1 million? I'm good. I don't need much more than that, you know? You can be too greedy at a certain point in time.
ほう、さっきから落とされたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。
It seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me.
本題に入りたまえ。
Please get to the point.
つまりな、お父さんの財産をあれこれ調べて重箱の隅をつっつくんはブスやないかって話なんや。
Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about
クラウ
it.
ス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きもあるやろ。
As you said, Klaus-san, there may have been movements of money that are difficult to explain. These people are insane. That's also very true. Rookie of Sound and Mind said I could have her microphone when she passes. If you were my direct family trace, then yes, you could have my microphone. After buying house money, I don't know what I'd do with it. True, like that's exactly it. If I was able to buy a house and maybe like a really, really good car that'll last me for basically forever, I would be good. I don't need more than that. Like, I'm fine. Just, I'm okay. Just give me enough to like eat, and that's cool. I don't need more. What about a cool plane and a cool boat? But why? I don't need my own plane or my own boat. I couldn't fly the plane and I couldn't what do you do with a boat? Drive a boat? Whatever. I couldn't do that. I'd also have to employ people. Don't forget a yacht. That's basically a cool boat. You could have it, but I don't need it. It also needs maintenance and everything. See, I don't understand rich people. Just give me a house. I'm good. That's all I need. I don't need a yacht. I don't need a plane, a jet, whatever. I don't even get people who get sports cars. Yeah, me neither. It doesn't make sense. It's not a good use of your money.
そこを理解した上で、わしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。
We've come to consult with you today while fully aware of that
お
point.
互いにとって悪うない相談や。
Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now.
相談？
A consultation.
ほう。
Oh.
遺産分
I
配
like his
金
whole.
今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取り分配に寛大な理解を示そうってことさ。
When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for years of hard work taking care of Dad by an agreement that's generous in your favor. Just a house? What about taxes, though? I don't know. I'd buy a house and then keep enough money so that I could comfortably live for the rest of my life, you know? Just enough food, money for food, clothes, and stuff like that. Get a high-speed car, get stuck in traffic running at 20 kilometers per hour. Yeah, exactly. Sports cars is easy. They like the sport of cars. Sure. For sure. I don't really understand it. Like here in Germany, you can at least take out your car to the Autobahn, you know, you could go as fast as you'd like because there is no speed limit here. But even the Autobahn gets pretty full. Even at night, you can't go super crazy with your car. So what's the point of having it if you can't drive to the car's maximum potential, you know? What's the point in doing that? Unless you really do some kind of sport with your car, you know? If you actually partake in races and whatnot. Also, hello, Kenster.
間違えないでよ。
Don't misunderstand us, Nissan.
別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言ってるわけじゃないのよ。
We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights.
ただ、その権利を主張する際に、
But when we make our claim for what we deserve,
兄さんの立場に立った寛大な理解があってもいいんじゃないかしら、ということなのよ。
we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean.
つまり条件を飲んでくれた。
Wow. They really are rats. In other words, if you accept our
わ
conditions,
しらは遺産分配時にお父さんの財務状況調査をクラス兄さんに一任してもいいっちゅうこっちゃ。
then when the inheritance is divided, we'll leave the investigation of father's financial situation to you, Klaus Nissan. Incredible. Incredible! They are snakes! If you can outright buy a Ferrari or whatever, you can probably also buy some land to plop down a racetrack for you to play with it. That is true. I mean, if you genuinely like it, then, you know, that's fine. But the thing is that a lot of people buy fancy cars like that when they can't afford it. You know, they take out a big loan and they can't actually afford to buy that car, but they somehow wing it anyway, and then they're indebted. At least they have a fancy car, but I doubt that they'll have the money to build a whole racetrack with it, you know? A lot of people here that have super expensive cars, they usually don't even have a house, so it's kind of questionable. I'm sure that some people who can just easily buy it without, you know, loaning money, borrowing money, or stealing it, can probably also buy the racetrack. Game and travel the world. Truly all you need. Big monster cars. They don't have as many emission rules. They're so big. Yeah, I've seen some of them. They're crazy. That I also don't get, but you know. Yeah, whatever. Different country. All of the siblings from Ava downward suspected that Klaus was trying to steal their father's wealth. So letting Klaus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Klaus was actually embezzling money, Klaus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Klaus, realizing that the sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange. Surely it's nothing. These people are so nice and understanding.
信用ゼロの私に長兄としての信頼を返してくれるというのか。
After mistrusting me completely, you now say that you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling?
その見返りは何だね?
So, what is it you want in return?
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。
Just what we deserve as siblings.
俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃない。
You're the kind of person who'd steal dad's property.
だがしかし、兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。
But you also aren't being financed by some patron.
となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得するわけさ。
Considering all that, there is a certain explanation that satisfies the rest of us.
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、
Nissan, you found 10 tons of gold
それを担保に軍資金を作った。
and used that as collateral to gather some funding.
そう。お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
Yes, just like father did in the past, right?
そういうことならお父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。
If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in father's finances. Hello, Zazzle.
クラス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた高校息子や。
You've always been a good son looking after
そ
father.
ないな人を信用せんわけにはいかへん。
Why'd we mistrust a person like that?
回りくどくて分かりづらいな。
You're being so roundabout I can barely understand
も
you.
っとはっきり具体的に言いたまえ。
Please speak in clearer and more practical terms.
条件の一つ目。
Our first condition.
まず兄貴は、親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認めること。
Aniki, you must admit that you found Dad's gold.
ありもしない黄金を私が持っていると認めろと。
Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist?
条件2。
Our second
そ
condition.
の黄金について、兄弟の取り分を認め、これを支払うこと。
You'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold and you will pay out those shares.
バカな。
How foolish.
ありもしない200億の黄金について一人頭50億。合計150億を支払えというのか。
With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
最後まで聞きなあれ。
Keep listening till the end.
そない大金出てくるのは分かっとる。
We know that much money can't just pop out of
で
nowhere.
けへん取引はするつもりないで。
We're not asking you to make an impossible deal.
もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換算するつもりや。
Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work until now.
条件3。
Our third condition.
黄金の分配は、後宮本家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに 50%。残りを兄弟の正当な取り分として分割。
The portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromiya head family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share for the siblings and divided up.
もちろん、クラウス兄さんもこれには含めるわよ。
Of course, this also includes you, Class Nissan.
200億のうち、125億を兄貴に。
Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki.
25億をエヴァ姉さんに。
2.5 billion will go to Ivane-san.
25億を俺に。
2.5 billion will go to me.
25億をローザに。
And 2.5 will go to Rosa. You know what? That's actually not the worst kind of deal. That's kind of okay. You know, that could have gone a lot worse.
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。
That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry.
存在しない黄金のためにお前たちに75億支払えというのかね。
So you're saying for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen?
何よ。
I mean, that's given he actually has the gold and the money, you know? If he doesn't have it, that'd be kind of silly. He'd just get screwed over for, you know, maybe doing a little bit of embezzlement here and there, but not actually possessing the gold. What's wrong?
兄さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。
Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours.
私なら踊り上がっちゃう好条件よ。
These are such good terms, I'd be jumping for joy.
条件の4。
Oh my god, there's more! Our fourth
分
condition.
配金は親父の死亡時に遺産分配に含めて生産する。
The gold will be liquidated and distributed along with the inheritance at the time of father's death.
ただし、手付金として俺たちの取り分の 10% を即納してもらう。
However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us
支
promptly.
払いは来年3月までだ。
These payments must be made before March of next year.
どやクラウス兄さん。 お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好のチャンスやないか。
What do you think, Klaus-Nissan? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of father's assets, isn't it? I don't understand how he hasn't killed them yet after this whole conversation. I would have murdered all of them on the spot. You know, I said I don't like Klaus because he seems kind of like an ass, but now that I think about it, these siblings of his are so much worse. I like her. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I agree. She's very unlikable, but that makes her likable again, you know? They think the gold doesn't exist. They're saying pretend the gold is real, so that creates a scenario where you aren't embezzling and pay us our share of 7.5 billion yen for the gold, aka we're extorting you. Basically, yeah, because if the gold doesn't exist, which, you know, they're all believing that it doesn't really exist, you know, but they want to pretend like it does. So he either says, okay, fine, I'm gonna pay you 7.5 billion yen. It doesn't matter if it exists or not, or I get basically nothing because I get found out for embezzlement, and then it's prison time for me, baby. A loving, amicable family. It's like 1 million euro to each. Yeah, like that's a lot of money. If the gold doesn't exist, which most likely maybe it does exist, but he doesn't have it, then how is he gonna get that money? He's just gonna get in trouble for embezzlement. Because that's most likely what he did, since he doesn't want to tell anyone about where he actually got the money from. Vipers tearing at each other. It's quite bad. I don't understand how he can stay so calm. I understand Natsuhi losing her cool. Siblings are ganging up on Klaus, but if he is embezzling, he is basically stealing from the inheritance, so stealing from them. True, it does depend on... I don't know. I feel like in his position, if I really was embezzling the money and I had the 7.5 billion yen at my disposal, I feel like that'd be preferable to landing in prison, you know? I'd rather pay that money than get in trouble and potentially land in prison, or worse, having to pay a fee, whatever. Fee is the wrong term. A fine? Be fined for, I don't know, what is the punishment for embezzlement? I'm guessing you have to pay a fine? Maybe you have to do some prison time? Maybe worse? I'm not sure. There's actually quite a lot of prison time in Germany, for example. You get in a lot of trouble for embezzlement. This is fair of them to do. But that's under the assumption that he really is embezzling money. If he isn't, they're just, you know, throwing him under the bus for no reason. But then again, if he didn't embezzle anything, he has nothing to worry about. So I suppose he doesn't have to accept their terms if he really didn't do anything. They could just sell him out afterwards anyway. That's also true. They can just screw him over anyway. And have 7.5 billion in total. Prison time and big fines, which bankrupt you most of the time. Fine in prison if you're lucky. Oh man. Well, I guess we'll find out if he really is embezzling or not. I wonder. I have a feeling that he most likely is. I feel like he'd be the type to embezzle. But I don't think he has the gold. That's for sure. Okay, but there's an ad break, so I'm gonna take a little break for two minutes, roughly. I'll drink some water, stretch and stuff, and I'll be back. I am back. Well, let me adjust the volume. Was it somewhere around here? I think so. Banish Klaus to the afterlife. You know, I still stand by my sentiment for him, you know? I still feel bad for him. Even if he is embezzling, having your siblings gang up on you like this is still kind of awful, you know? I feel like it'd be better if they just had a normal conversation about this with him, but maybe this is just the kind of family it is, you know? Maybe this is just how they interact, and it's always been like this, so I shouldn't feel too bad for him. Maybe he has done some really messed up stuff too to deserve this. Who knows? Thank you, Fita. Welcome back to you too.
さすがに75億の大金はお父さんが亡くなったからやないと無理やろ。だが手付けの7億半はなんとかできんこともないんとちゃうか？
Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before father dies, but it should be possible for you to manage at a positive 750 million, right?
半年で7億ってのはちょいとしんどい話だが、
Paying 700 million in half a year, it might sound like a
政
pain,
界財界に友人が多いってのが自慢の兄貴なら、なんとかできるだろ。
but you should be able to manage it with all your friends in the political and business spheres.
本当なら今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもらいたいところよ。
Normally, we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now, all at once.
でも兄さんの立場に配慮してとりあえず1割を納める誠意を見せてくれたら。
Out of concern for you, we'll show you our sincerity by asking for only 10% of that for the time being.
残りの9割は遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていいってことなの。
The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed. For sure. Hello, Code. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I was watching you a bit earlier, and I already forgot what you were playing. I don't know if you switched games at some point, but I hope you had a good time. What were you doing? Nya raid. Nya. Fitting, because they say that the Umineko sound like, well, sea cats, so they go mya mya nya nya, so that's very fitting. We had a great stream. That's good. We just basically started Umineko. We haven't really made too much progress because I've been talking too much. I don't know if you're familiar with Umineko, but we're currently in the midst of siblings extorting the oldest brother. Maybe for good reason. Maybe he has been embezzling. Maybe not. Maybe he has been messing with family inheritance. We haven't really found out yet. Oh yeah, Muramasa. Yeah. That's when I was watching. That's when I joined in. You were already streaming for quite some time when I joined in. I'm impressed for how long you can keep going. Punch Out and Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Oh, I haven't played that game in so long. I just know it by name. I don't know much about the game itself, though. It's really good so far. I'm only in the first episode out of, I think it has 8 in total. Question arcs and answer arcs combined. But so far it's been really enjoyable. Very dramatic. I've been streaming for ages, so 8 to 10 hours is no problem for me. That's very impressive. I don't think I have the stamina. I feel like I slowly start to perish after my usual 3 to 4 hours, but that's really, really cool. Yeah, thank you. I hope that you can relax well after your stream.
ね1割程度の誠意なら兄さんにだって示せるんじゃない？
See, even if you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity.
親父殿の財政状況調査を私に一任する権利を7億5千万で売りつけようというのかね。
So you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation for 750 million yen. He's so villain-coded for some reason. I'm gonna grab some food with family, so you have a great stream, Spooky. I'm glad I could raid you back. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your I'm assuming dinner? I don't know what time it would be, but I hope you have a good food event. Food time zone event with your family. Have a great stream and y'all have fun. Thank you. You also have fun.
上等じゃないか。
How
お
impressive.
前たちも成長したものだ。
Y'all certainly have
この
grown.
私に取引を持ちかけられるようになるとは。
To think that I'm now the one being offered deals.
これらを兄さんが飲むなら私たち兄弟はお父様の財産状況調査を兄さんに一任する。
Nii-san, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you.
ただしその調査結果は公弁の対象となる。
However, the results of that investigation will be subject to scrutiny.
当然よね。
It's only natural, right?
75億分、私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
It'd be so sad if you managed things so that our 7.5 billion share shrank.
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。
We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Lunch here, it'll be great, very excited. That's good, enjoy it.
兄貴が綺麗にやってくれたならそれでいい。
Just make sure you do it neat and tidy.
よっぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ、俺たちはことを荒立てるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。
As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, we've got no intention of stirring things up.
俺たちだって早く遺産が欲しい。
We want our inheritance quickly
い
too.
つまでもグダグダして取りっぱぐれたくねえんだ。
We don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging.
公弁された場合の再調査は誰がするのかね。
If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation?
兄さんでいいわ。
We don't mind if it's you.
多分これが兄弟で合議する最初で最後の機会だもの。
This is probably the first and last chance for us siblings to reach a consensus.
そんなことにはならないと信じてる。
I believe it won't come to that. The cackling.
ローザもたまには言うわね。
Looks like even you can speak up every now and then, Rosa. At this point, it's obvious that Klaus wasn't all that trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother always had abused his privileges and violated the other siblings' shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time.
申し訳ないが
Maybe he deserves it then.
条件はまだ続くんや。
Sorry, but there's more.
条件5。
Our fifth
こ
condition.
の取り決めはお父さんの遺言状に優先する。
This decision must take precedence over father's will.
後になってこの取り決めが保護になるような遺言が出てきちゃかなわんちゅうこっちゃな。
Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant.
入念じゃないか。
I see that you're very cautious. They really thought of everything.
なら質問だが、仮に本当に黄金が見つかった場合、どうするのかね。
Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do?
それに対する支払いを兄貴が済ませてる以上、
Since you'll be making payments to us for what the gold's worth,
俺たちは
the rest of us,
本当に
really,
黄金が出てこようがどうでもいいことさ。
don't care if we ever see the gold or
俺
not.
たちの取り分は先払いってな感じになるわけだからな。
You can think of our share as an advance payment.
夢があっていいじゃない。
It's good to have dreams, isn't it?
この島をリゾート化するつもりなんでしょ？
You plan to turn this island into a resort, right?
その工事の途中でひょっこり黄金が見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction. Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. Klaus watched but didn't even flinch.
条件に7をつけてもらおう。
Let me add a seventh condition before I accept.
私以外の兄弟が黄金を発見した場合、速やかに私に引き渡すこと。
In the situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me. Wasn't there only 5? Wouldn't this be the sixth condition? You took my slice of the cake when we were 10, so now pay 7 billion yen. I wonder what is meant by messing with their shares. Like, what did he do? Like pocket money, sorta? Messing with the shares, or sabotaging them during like the business strategy meetings and being like, oh, you know, my business is doing way better. Oh, I have way bigger plans, and I'm the oldest sibling. I'm so cool. I deserve way more than these guys do, and their businesses are failing. They're incapable of running this particular business or whatever. That's what I'm imagining right now, but I don't know. Maybe there's more than you could do to mess with their shares of the money. As rich as this family is, I wonder if a pile of gold would even be worth that much compared to everything else. I feel like they are rich, but they aren't super rich. They took a very normal passenger plane, didn't they? Or was it just theirs? I don't know, but it wasn't a private plane. It was also a very small plane, they said, and you know, they still had to take a little... Actually, it wasn't a shabby boat anymore. They had a pretty high-speed, fancy boat, so they do have some money, but I wouldn't say they're the richest of the rich, you know? A charter plane. What does charter mean? Renting an entire private aircraft for a specific itinerary. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. I think it was just the family on board you rented. Yeah, that does make sense. So I feel like if they were crazy rich, they'd have their own plane and their own like pilots and everything. So I'm guessing that the 10 tons of gold would still make a big difference. Charter planes tend to be really small too. Then that makes a lot of sense. I feel like that is most likely then. Also, hello Krango. We're doing good today.
もちろん保証するわよ。
Yes, yes, of course. We'll hold on to it for you. The evilest laugh of them all. It was a play on words. Of course, the others who were forcing Klaus to pay money for some non-existent gold wouldn't save Klaus his portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Klaus. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Klaus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kinzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. They could easily become fatal to Klaus. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum out of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They had forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile. Okay. And they'd been forced to band together to combat him. What does guile mean? Cunning, deception, or crafty trickery. I like how you're overlooking that they own an island. You know, you're right. The island is probably worth more than a plane ever would be, and that alone should tell you how much money they have. I get that. But still, 20 billion yen. Wait, let me see how much that was again. I already forgot. 20 billion yen in USD. That's still $126 million. I don't know how much a small island would be, but I'm guessing not $120 million. I'm guessing it'd be a little bit less than that. So if he gets to have 5 billion yen to USD, he'd still have 78 million. And if they each had 2.5 billion, that would still be 15.7 million. That's still a lot of money. I feel like even if they already had a bunch of money that would get distributed if Kinzo died, having an extra 15 million, I wouldn't say no to that, you know? I can understand this. Guile is a character from Street Fighter, I see. Well, if I couldn't stop smiling sure of her victory, Klaus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was.
とても良い話じゃないか。
This all makes for such a touching story.
私もお前たちとの関係が疎遠になっていたことには非常に心を痛めていた。
My estrangement from all of you has left a deep pain in my heart.
この条件を飲むことによって兄弟間の関係が再び有効なものにできるなら、それはとても嬉しいことだよ。
If accepting these conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end.
喜んで話に乗らせてもらおうじゃないか。
I'd be happy to agree to your deal.
喜べローザ。
Rejoice, Rosa.
取引は成立だ。
We have reached an understanding. Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Eva also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Klaus had obediently accepted the deal.
いやに素直ね。
My, how obedient of you.
兄さんらしくもないわ。
It's not like you at all, Nissan.
それはひどいじゃないか。
What a cruel thing to say.
私に下心があるというのかね。
Are you implying I have some ulterior motive?
あるわけもないさ。
Of course I
お
don't.
前たちと同じだ。
I'm just the same as all of you. I don't believe him, not when he has this face on and he's talking that way. Also, I'm still confused about there being 7 conditions when they only mentioned 5 and he added another that would only make 6, but, you know, maybe I missed one. Just the same as all of you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Klaus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring his nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion.
ならいいんだ。
Then we're good.
じゃあ兄貴、
So,
ここ
Aniki,
にサインをもらえるか？
would you mind signing here?
今の話を書き出した俺たちの誓約書だ。
This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been
人
having.
数分ある。
There's one for each of us.
同じ内容に全員がサインする。
Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them. 4 written contracts? Out of his breast pocket. I'm assuming one inside of his suit because this is not holding 4 contracts. Also, wouldn't they still have to add the condition that Klaus talked about? Must be a tiny font. Yeah, it's a mini contract written on a little toilet paper sized paper. I don't know. Maybe a little tissue.
クラウス兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。
So there is 7. I just missed number 6, apparently. The 7th condition you proposed will, of course, be added right now.
安心したってな。
Don't worry about that.
兄貴、ペン使うか？
Aniki, need a pen? Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Klaus. Klaus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke.
実は、
Actually,
この取り決めを確かに履行するために、1点だけ修正を提案したい。
in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point. As soon as Klaus said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up their backs at the same time.
ダメよ。
That won't
もう
do.
決まった話よ。
We've already decided, haven't we?
黙ってサインを。
Just stay quiet and sign it.
エヴァ、何を焦っているんだね。
Why are you in such a hurry, Eva?
もちろんサインはする。
Of course I'll
お前
sign.
たちに黄金の分け前、75億円分を約束する。
I promise the share of the gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen.
親父殿の遺産分配の時、きれいさっぱり清算することも約束する。
I also promise that when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. Writing my contracts on microfilm.
だが、1点だけどうしても譲歩してもらいたい部分があるのだよ。
However, there is one point that I simply must insist that you compromise on.
何の話だよ。
What are you talking about?
どの点が気に入らねえってんだ？
What don't you like?
分け前の1割、7億5千万円を即納する点だよ。
The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million
お
yen.
前たちの指摘通り、私の財政状況は決して裕福ではない。
As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous.
数々の先行投資によって未来に必ず回収できると保証されながらも、
While I can guarantee that I will collect on various future
今の
investments,
この時点では火の車であることは認めなければならない。
I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment.
つまり 今すぐに動かせる金は全くないということだ。
In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now.
私は無能で詳細の嗅覚も鈍い。
I'm incompetent and my business sense is
お
dull.
前たちの言うところの弱り目の私には7億半も半年で動かせる力はないということだよ。
Since I am the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half of a year.
そんなはずはないでしょ。
That can't be
い
true.
い加減なことを言ってこの場をごまかす気？
Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick?
遺産分配時に全て一括で生産する。
At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once.
1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。
Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance.
それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
That is the only condition under which I am willing to sign.
クラウス兄さん、この1割はな、あくまでも兄さんの誠意を測る数字なんやで。
Klaus Nissan, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it?
本当なら取引の余地もない話や。
All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all.
そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意でこの場を丸く収めちゃるっちゅう大サービスなんやで。
We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let you things slide for just 10% in good faith of money.
そう説明した上で、そこを断るっちゅうんは、互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか？
Now that we've explained that, you rejecting our offer would seriously damage our trusting relationship, right? Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Klaus had already seen through the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね。
Why are you all in such a rush?
それとも何に怯えているのかね。
Or could it be that you're afraid of something?
ローザ、私にだけは教えてくれんかね。
Rosa, won't you tell me alone?
他の兄弟たちには内緒でこっそりと。
Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can't hear.
別に私は
It's not as though I
よせよ兄貴。
quitted Aniki.
俺たちは兄貴がサインするかしないかしか聞いてない。
All we're asking is whether you're gonna sign it or not.
妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしだ。
Just forget about making any strange deals or any suspicious moves.
ほう、私には交渉の余地もないと。
You say I have no room to negotiate.
立場が弱いのは私の方で公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのかね。
Are you trying to claim that I am in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship? Shivers began to crawl up on Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the heights of his brother's completely insurmountable wall and the long shadow that had existed since they were children. I can't even tell if he's bluffing or if he's seriously gonna find some way to make that money spawn into existence, or if he's gonna somehow screw them over. I have no idea.
取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね。
Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footings?
この取引は私にとっては弟や妹たちと長いことを失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟愛を深め合うもの。
From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us.
それは私にとって緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。
It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one I would prefer to resolve as soon as possible.
それが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。
I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today. I doubt that. I doubt that. I doubt that he actually wants them to be friends again. He's gonna screw them over 100%. Yeah. He has some ace up his sleeve. Somehow.
だがお前たちもこの取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね。
However, it seems I'm not the only one who'd be quite glad to close this deal quickly. Am I wrong? Klaus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Klaus's gaze.
秀吉兄さん、
Oh, gulp. Hideyoshi
あ
Nisan.
なたの会社非常に好調子だそうじゃないですか。
I hear your company has been doing extremely well
ト
lately.
ントン拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。
At a brisk pace, it went public, and both its track record and its stock prices have soared.
実にお羨ましいことです。
I am truly jealous.
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ。
We aren't here to talk about my husband.
だが、株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪かった。
However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your
そ
stockholders.
して上場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのもまずかった。
It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed.
気づいた時にはたちの悪い連中に自社株をだいぶ買い集められていたらしいじゃないですか。
Before you realized it, some bad-natured colleagues of yours had bought up a huge share of your company's stock, right?
なんでそんな話知っとるんや。
How could you know about that? He did some research. He was prepared for this.
秀吉さんと同じですよ。
The same way you knew about me.
私に融資する人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に、私も秀吉さんの裏を取れるのです。
If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you.
そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Is it really so unexpected as that? Klaus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success rapidly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stock holding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits, so this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that allow them to observe and guide the company they've invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they use it forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept up from under him. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivete unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. They then sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of a majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders." Is that the same as stakeholders? Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders. It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, and he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So, in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. So he needs cash, and he needs it now. There are other types of stakes, I guess. Okay, that makes sense. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, caps lock, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, since no one knew when he would die.
ルドルフの方も最近は大変だそうじゃないかね。
And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you?
海外は怖いとよく言うが、本当にそうらしいな。
You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true.
アメリカの裁判は極めて感情的に決まる。
American trials are settled quite emotionally.
彼らは外国人に寛大な判決など出しはしない。
They never hand down generous judgments to foreigners.
先方と和解した方が結局は安上がりになると、弁護士に忠告を受けたんじゃないのかね。
Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run?
何の話？
What's this all about?
まあ仕事上のトラブルさ。
Well, it's just some trouble from work. Isn't she someone that he works with? Isn't that how they met?
大したことじゃない。
No big deal.
金で切りのつく話さ。
Nothing you can't settle with money. Lydia immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying over it alone.
その通りさ。
That's right.
世の中なんだって金で蹴りがつく。
In this world, anything can be settled with money.
失った兄弟の絆だって買い戻せるようにな。
After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings.
アメリカは権利侵害などにはうるさい。
I doubt that. America is very fussy about the violation of rights.
だが金さえあれば何でも和解できる。
But with money, anything can be settled.
資本主義万歳だよ。
Long live capitalism.
もっとも、和解金は数百万ドルにも及びそうだとの噂もあるがね。
Though, rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $million. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Why is it written like this? Entire family sucks at business. Kinzo was right. Yeah. They're just doomed to bad money choices.
ローザは清く正しい妹だ。
Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister.
危険なマネーゲームなどには手を出さない。
You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money
だ
game.
が、お人よしな性分が災いしたんじゃないかね。
However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it? Not you too, Rosa.
連帯保証人は気安く引き受けるものではないと思うがね。
In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly.
それはクラウス兄さんとは関係ない。
Oh wow. He hit a sore spot for sure. That's none of your business, Klaus-Nisan. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Klaus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. I can't tell if Rikishi's trying to be comical here or if this is like something that I should keep in the back of my mind for like future chapters and episodes. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Klaus would be in. I want to know what Rosa got involved into. I want more info on that. I want a lot of money right now. I want it. Please. Klaus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes.
私もできることなら、可愛い弟や妹たちの危機に金を工面してやりたいと思っているよ。
If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need.
だが、残念なことに持ち合わせがなくてね。
But unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. He is broke. I wonder how it's written in JP? Like, in those types of brackets, maybe? Maybe. Probably highlighted in some way.
7億半もの大金が工面できるスポンサーに心当たりがあるなら、先にそちらを当たってもらいたいのだよ。
If you know of any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole 750 million, I suggest you try there first. Klaus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options.
もしお前たちがどうしてもこの兄を頼りたいというなら、
However, if you do insist on relying on your older brother,
私の口利きでスポンサーを探してやってもよいのだがね。
I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor.
おっと、私にはそんなものはいないと言っていたか。
Oh, wait, I do believe you said that I have no influence. He is a sly little rat. Hello, Noelle. Hope you're doing good today. I go back and forth between hating Klaus and then hating the other three siblings, but then again, I think it is okay to hate all of them.
それではどうにもならんね。
Well then, I'm afraid I won't be much help to you. That's reasonable, Just hate them all. You can't go wrong there. Klaus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth.
エヴァ。
冗談じゃないわ。
Don't make me laugh.
兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。
As if I'd ever put myself in your debt.
冗談じゃない。
Don't make me laugh.
冗談じゃない。
Don't make me laugh.
クラウス兄さんを頼ったらどう助けてくれるの？
If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us?
言ったではないか。
I told you, didn't I?
私にできるのは他のスポンサーを探すだけだよ。
All I can do is find other sponsors for you. It's kind of funny, they're all horrible people that all make horrible financial decisions, even though they have so much money. You could probably live a really good life, just, you know, living on the island, living in this house, just chilling, you know, you don't have to go big and fancy and build up your business or whatever if you don't want to, because clearly none of them are very good at it. Just move back in with good old dad and just live out the rest of your life with the mysterious 10 tons of gold. I love how he spun their accusations of him being a lousy businessman back at them. I mean, they all seem to be horrible at handling money, really. None of them seem to be in a good financial position right now. Extremely realistic business people, lots of money, terrible business sense. I mean, that kind of stuff is really hard. If it was easy, there would be, you know, a million people who'd be super rich, but it's not easy. That's why there's only a few people that are ridiculously rich, because they know how to abuse the system and how to make everything work in their favor, you know? The more money you have, the larger the scale of the mess-ups. That's also true. But you want to live on an island with Kinzo. I mean, now that he's holed up in his room, yeah. It's not like he's coming out. Every now and then you'll hear him scream from his balcony, "Oh, Beatrice, I love you. I want to see you smile one more time." But other than that, I think it'd be pretty okay. You can stay in the guest house or something.
もちろん、利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible. Damn you. Taking advantage of us.
あなた
Honey,
落ち着いて
please calm down.
落ち着いてるぜ。俺は極めて冷静だぜ。
I'm calm. I'm extremely cool.
クソったれが。
You bastard. Yeah, sure. Every time Kinzo wanders out of his room, just toss a picture of Beatrice back inside and shoo him away. Exactly. You can also just dress up as her and, you know, he'll be super nice to you. Maybe he'll even write you into his will. Who knows? I love these evil laughs. They're great, aren't they? Kiria grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Wow. This guy. House laughed as though watching something highly amusing.
こんな時、本当に親父殿の隠し黄金が見つかればいいんだがね。
In times like these, it certainly would be nice to find Father's hidden gold.
そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが。
If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now.
残念、残念、残念、至極。
How sad, how sad, how very sad.
非常に極めて実にどうしようもなく残念だ。
How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad.
今宵は兄弟みんなで酒を酌み交わしながら、親父殿の隠し黄金を、
Let us all drink together.
ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎をみんなで解き明かしてみようじゃないかね。
As we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold.
仲良し兄弟が4人揃えば、きっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
If we four friendly siblings work together, there surely is no puzzle we can't solve. That is a good laugh. So evil. He is very smug. I like him. I hate him and like him. They're all awful. Oh, are we back to screaming? Let's go.
面白いことをする。
I like the music when he comes on screen too. It's so dramatic. This track is very beautiful, but it's very dramatic and very fitting of him bawling, crying, tears. It's very good. Hello, mysterious emblem. Good morning. Quite an entertaining scheme.
それでその突きつけた条件というのは何か。
Well then, what are the conditions they've attached?
クラウス様は黄金の発見を問わずにその分け前としてエヴァ様、ルドルフ様、ローザ様に計75億円を支払うこと。
Kanon reporting to Kinzo? Where was Kanon? He was not in the room with them. Was he eavesdropping? Very interesting. Beatrice! Well, whether or not Klaus-sama actually discovers the gold, he'll repay Eva-sama, Rudolf-sama, and Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. Kinzo is just fluctuating between aura farmer and baby. When was he ever an aura farmer? He's always just been a little baby.
ただしその1割を3月までに支払うこと。
However, 10% of that will be paid before March. Great laugh.
クラウスの間抜けめ。
Klaus, you dunce.
弟たちに足をさらわれるとはな。
To think he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger sibling.
実に愉快ではないか。
Not truly amusing.
しかし、爪が甘いようだな。
But it sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kill, yes?
はい。
Yes.
クラウス様はそれをエヴァ様以下お三人が緊急に大金を用立てする必要があるためとカンパされました。
Klaus-sama exposed the fact that Eva-sama and the younger siblings all have an urgent need to get money.
その程度のことはカンパできるのか。
Is there even any need to expose such obvious facts?
中途半端に無能な男め。
That irresolute, incompetent man?
今はどうしている？
What are they doing now?
話は一度中断されました。
That conversation has been put on hold for the time being.
今はベアトリーチェ様の碑文の話をされています。
Now Beatrice-sama's epitaph is being discussed. I wanna know! I wanna know so bad! I always knew Satoshi was sus. I'm very intrigued by the fact that he personally reports to Kinzo on what the siblings are discussing. I mean, you know, now Kinzo has his confirmation that his children are really like vultures. They don't really care about him. And all the horrible stuff they said about him, you know, and being like, oh, when is he going to die? And them obviously only caring about when he's going to pass and they can inherit some money is incredible. I mean, it's not hard to figure that out by their demeanor and how they treat him. Not that he seems to have been a great dad, but, you know, it's still sad. Everyone in this family hates each other except for the cousins. They seem to, right now, really care for each other, and I hope it stays that way. When is he gonna croak? Soon. Soon.
私の黄金がどこに隠されているのか、その謎を解こうとか。
So, they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden.
はい。
Yes. Kinzo set down his spectacles and snorted.
奇跡の成就が先か。
Will the miracle be fulfilled first?
愚か者どもが黄金を暴くのが先か。
Or will those fools expose the gold first? Miracle?
実に見ものではないか。
What a show this will be.
愚か者どもが我が謎を解き明かしたなら、その時は私のすべての敗北だ。
At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat.
我が屍を骨のひとかけらまでしゃぶり尽くすがいい。
They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone.
愚か者どもの貪欲さが偉大なる魔法に奇跡を宿らせるのだ。
The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle.
だがもし
And yet,
奇跡の成就が先だったなら。
if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first,
先だったなら
if it comes first,
ベアトリーチェは再びよみがえる。
Beatrice will be resurrected again.
私が半生をかけて追い求めたあ
There we
の
go.
美少がよみがえるのだ。
The smile I have been chasing half my life will be restored.
おお、ベアトリーチェ。奇跡を落とす聖なる夜がやってくるぞ。悪魔たちとのゲームが始まるぞ。
Oh, Beatrice. Soon will come the sacred night when we shall bet upon a miracle and the game of demons shall begin.
私はきっと打ち勝つ。絶 対に生き残る。
I will surely prove triumphant and survive. We have miracles, we have demons, we have witches. This is Higurashi all over again. Except for there aren't really witches in Higurashi, but Rika just kept referring to herself as one.
他の奴らの命はくれてやる。
I'll let you have the lives of all those others.
富も名誉も財産も黄金も何もいらぬ。
I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything.
ただお前の微笑みがもう一度見たいだけなのだ。
All I want is to see your smile one last time. He sounds so bad. You will die. It's so funny. Every time he comes on screen, he talks about something very normally, and then he starts crying and screaming, and it's just so funny. He is not normal. He could not be normal. Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanan got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop.
なぜ私が黄金の隠し場所をわざわざ人目に触れるように晒したかわかるか？
Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see? Everyone can see? Where was it before? No.
魔法の力はリスクで決まるからだ。
Oh yeah, he did talk about this. It is because magical power is determined by risk.
ベアトリーチェの黄金を暴こうとする人間が多ければ多いほど
The number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great.
その危険が高まれば高まるほどにそれでもなお成就できたとき魔法の力は偉大なる奇跡を起こせるのだ。
And the danger of them succeeding is great as well. And the power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds.
魔法とはつまりゲームなのだよ。
In other words, magic is a game. This kind of reminds me of that, was it like a temple, a shrine sort of thing that was suddenly not there anymore? If he exposed the gold for everyone to see, that's like the first place I'd start checking, you know? Because if something changes and he just recently made it so that everyone would be able to access the gold and be able to see it, you know, that would mean that it has to be somewhere where something recently changed. So that's where I would start looking, you know? A shrine also is a good place to like hide stuff at, underneath maybe, you know? It's a sort of mysterious place. Probably could also be connected to magic in some ways. It makes sense, it makes sense. Hello, the devil that cries. Welcome, welcome.
優れている者が勝者になるのではない。
It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor.
勝者には魔法が与えられ優れるのだ。
The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic.
わかるか？
Do you see?
生命の奇跡が数億分の1という神々しい確率に勝利するからこそ与えられるようにな。
It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1.
お前には少し難しいか？
Is this a little difficult for you?
申し訳ございません。
Don't say my apologies. You're supposed to say no. I get it. Okay, Rika. Yeah. The dice roll.
よい。
That's fine.
つまりはこういうことだ。
It all comes down to this.
ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎を解いた者には私が築き上げてきた全てを与えよう。
I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph.
富、名誉、黄金、そして後ろ宮家の家督。私が築き上げてきた全てだ。
Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. everything that I have established.
その謎に挑む資格があるのは何も私の息子たちだけとは限らぬ。
My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this
た
riddle.
とえお前であっても、その謎を解けたなら全てを得る資格があるのだ。
Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything. Even you. You listening to this right now, even you could win 10 tons of gold. I actually kind of wish for Kanon to get the money. Or the gold, rather. Or Shannon, both of them. They can share it, you know. 5 tons for everyone. You want my gold? You can have it. It's all laying in one piece. Oh no. Whip up the map. It's time to search for it. Me? Yes, you!
はい。ですが、僕にはあのような難しい謎は分かりかねます。
Yes, however, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle.
無論だ。
Of course.
難解に作った。
I made it difficult.
だが、お前も挑め。
But you must try to solve it as well.
それが我が魔法の奇跡を呼ぶ糧となる。
That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic.
誰もが挑み、誰にも至れなかったら、その時はその時。
If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that'll be that.
だが、奇跡が集い、魔法の力が生まれたなら、その時こそ。
However, if the miracles come together and give birth to magical power, it will happen.
ベアトリーチェが蘇るのだ。
Beatrice will revive. I wonder if this is kind of like... Oh god. I'm sorry. I keep talking about Higurashi, but, you know, they made miracles happen. You know, they made great stuff happen. And in that sense, Hanyu's magical power was boosted. She was revived. She was able to exist in the real world again after all of that, you know? It all comes back to Higurashi. It kind of worked the same way there. Not explicitly said like that, but if you think about it, it's kind of similar. Hello, Pipi. Good morning.
だからお前も挑め。
That is why you must attempt it too.
誰もが挑め。
Everyone must attempt it.
そして我が魔法に力を捧げるのだ。
And in doing so, they will give strength to my magic.
わかるな。
Do you understand?
はい。
Yes.
努力します。
I will try. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this.
もうよい。下がれ。
Very well, leave me.
酒棚に菓子の袋がある。
There's a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet.
ダチンに持っていくがよい。
You can take some with you as a reward.
結構です。
I'm fine.
僕は
After all,
家具ですから。
I'm furniture.
ふん。家具は菓子など食わぬか。
So furniture doesn't eat sweets.
道理だな。
Well, I suppose it stands to reason.
ならばもう下がれ。
In that case, leave me.
はい。失礼いたします。
Yes, excuse me. Come on, you can't refer to yourself as furniture. That hurts me every time he does it. She did revive, huh? I never thought about it that way. Yeah, technically, she was dead. She didn't exist in the realm of humans anymore, and after multiple miracles happened, you know, she was back in the human realm. She was alive, technically. You're gonna refuse free candy. I mean, after all, furniture doesn't eat candy. Do you feed your furniture? I sure don't. You've got to refuse. The candy was a test if you're real furniture or not. But what if I have candy-eating furniture? What then? The pain is real. It's actually so sad. Sell everything you own, buy lottery tickets, call it magic, win, call it miracle. Let's go. Revive an ancient god. Hello, Taikai. And also hello, Kuro. Hi, hi. I bet my sofa ate a ton of stuff. Surely also some candy. Some cookies. Furniture only eats coins. I haven't used cash in a while, so I don't think there's a lot of coins on my sofa. What if I'm furniture, but I haven't eaten in a few days? Well, that's that then. Real life has come to an end. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in a few seconds, minutes, who knows, really? Twitch is undecided. So I'll be right back in like 3 minutes, and then we can continue reading. Let's go. Hello. It got so cold all of a sudden. I have to wear my sweater now. I don't want to close my window, because then it gets way too warm in this room, but it got from waking up and being like, wow, it is very sunny, it is very warm, to wow, it is cold. Summer has not fully started here yet. I wonder how it's gonna be for Dokumi. I don't know what clothes to pack because I don't know what the weather will be like, and if the location is or has AC. I'm guessing that it does. I'm a little bit scared to bring the wrong types of clothes, but it's gonna be okay, probably. Welcome back to you too, Fita. Thank you. Okay, let me stretch real quick. I'm kind of tired today, as per usual, actually, now that I think about it. It's Germany, no way it has an AC. Hey, the company that I worked for a couple years back had a super cool office with really good AC. It was lovely. Survive, spooky, thank you. I'm gonna try. My experience with con AC is either way too warm or way too cold. Yeah, the office that I used to work in was actually a little bit cold. Is it a central AC one? I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was looking at the badge that you have, you know, the little sprout badge, the bloom badge. Earn this badge for watching a clip, VOD, or live stream 3 days a week. The badge upgrades weekly. What? I want that one too. I also want a little sprout badge. I don't know. Do I just have to watch streams for 3 days a week? I don't do that. I don't do that, so I guess I will never have one. But it's very cute. What did I miss? You missed the siblings kind of attacking each other, you know? Trying to throw Klaus under the bus and Klaus getting them back. And Kinzo crying a little bit again. Telling Kanon to join in on the puzzle solving. Kanon apparently is a little bit of a, not a snitch, I wouldn't say, but maybe eavesdropped on their conversation and reported back to Kinzo. That's about it, really. Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. But it was not the sound of Kanon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. That definitely does not add to him going a little crazy. The furniture has ears. It would be kind of funny if he really was furniture. He can shapeshift and he became a teacup or whatever. And so that's how he listened in, because how else did he eavesdrop like this? He was already unable to trust anyone accepting? Accepting? Not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Ah, okay, I understand now.
Nanjo-sama, いかがなさいましたか?
Nanjo-sama, how are you feeling?
あ、源氏さん。いや、何？居場所がなくなりましてな。
Genji-san. Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore. With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
しかし、
Still,
私にはわかりませんな。
I don't understand.
どうして金蔵さんはこんな挑発的なものを書かれたのでしょう。
Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder? Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say it in an English way. Beatrice, I'm sorry. It slipped out. I feel like I just committed a crime. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait, at the plate with the epitaph.
私には親方様のお考えを分かりかねます。
I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts.
深いお考えがあってのこととお察しします。
However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so. A deep reason. Shaking my head. No! Thank you, Amaris, for forgiving me.
金蔵さんのチェスは昔から随分と遠大な読みで布石を打たれるものでした。
Since long ago, when Kinzo-san played chess, he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching
いや、
judgment.
時には理解できない一手さえ。
Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand.
私ごとき凡庸では何を目論まれているのか皆目見当もつきませんな。
For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through to whatever it was he was planning.
私はこれを親方様の何かの遺言状ではないかと考えています。
Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in the master's eyes.
それを理解できた者に財産や家督をお譲りになられようということなのでしょう。
Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth and title to the one who can understand it. Huh, he isn't wrong about that. That is technically what Kinzo wants to do.
つまり私のようなよそ者に解かれてしまう前に。
But not for the reason of having a will and to be able to give them something to inherit, but for him to be able to give birth to his magic? So you're thinking he may have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle.
兄弟4人で協力し合って謎を解け。
Before some outsider like myself solved it?
金蔵さんは息子さんたちのことを口悪く罵ってはいますが、なんとか兄弟が仲を取り戻してほしいと願われているのかもしれません。
Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wants them to repair their relationship. I think the only thing that Kinzo wants is to see Beatrice smile. I don't think he has anything else on his mind. It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Nanjo had suggested, this epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. He'd known Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives. But even they could not guess at his true motives.
親方様は一族のものでなくとも謎に挑む資格があると常々おっしゃっています。
The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of this family.
南條先生はいかがですか?
What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
いやいや、この老いぼれには少々難解が過ぎますな。
No, it's a little too difficult a puzzle for this senile old man.
実は以前この碑文を手帳に記しましてな。
Actually, I once wrote down this epitaph on my notebook.
夜な夜な寝る前に挑んでみたのですが
Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep.
実に難しい。
But it really is hard. He's so devoted, which mayhaps is bad. Yeah. not a healthy sign.
お迎えが来るまでの間ゆっくり楽しむことができそうです。
It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us.
源氏さんこそいかがですか？
What do you say, Genji-san? I have a feeling that, the siblings would be extremely mad if they were defeated in solving the puzzle by some, probably in their eyes, lowly servants. I mean, imagine. Shannon finds 10 tons of gold. Or she doesn't find them, but she wins them by solving the puzzle or something. I have a feeling that the siblings and their partners may not be too happy about that. There might be some murder if that were the case.
私めは親方様にお仕えする家具に過ぎません。
I'm nothing more than furniture in service to the master.
黄金も財産も私には不要なもの。
Gold and assets are unnecessary to me.
やれやれ、本当に謙虚な方です。
My, you're very modest.
だからこそ、金蔵さんもあなたには心を許されるのでしょう。
I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you so much.
ならば、光栄なことです。
If so, I am honored. As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved
黄
hometown.
金橋を目指す者よ。
Oh,
これを下りて鍵を探せ。
you who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Was that the puzzle? I already read this. Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The epitaph on the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Oh god, are people gonna be killed? Like, actually? 6 people will be killed, maybe. Who knows? That's why there's so many characters. 6 people need to die, after all. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. We're close? Close to what? On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill? Is that how you say it? Gouge? Yeah, and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow for treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. So has this already happened? A lot of people died in that epitaph. So when the Ushiromiya family fell, I wonder if that's what happened. Because then he also got the gold. And I'm assuming that from then on, Beato has been sleeping. Sort of. I have no idea. Kenzo gotta go first. Yeah, we gotta murder him. Oh wow, that was white. Oh, wait, what's happening? It's very quiet.
第10の晩に旅は終わり。
The music is so quiet. That's slightly better, but that's very, very quiet. I'm very blue. This is a very blue sky and beach. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. That was a pretty sick line. Hello, Bellamy. Thank you. Let me, as per usual, shout out Shirota-san. Or, well, do it like this. I can also shout her out normally. Oh, listen, it says her name right there. Shout out. Yeah, there we go. Check her out. Beach episode. Oh no. So, on the 10th twilight, the journey ends.
黄金郷に至るだろう。
And you reach the Golden Land.
しかしマリアは豆だな。
You really are diligent, Maria.
ちゃんとメモしてるとは偉いぜ。
You did a good job writing this all down.
マリアは忘れっぽいからちゃんと書く。
I forget a lot, so I always write things down.
ママに言われたからちゃんと書く。
Mama told me to. There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around, and Beatrici's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while walking down this beach. Jeshka and the rest had already tried to solve it several times, and had already gotten bored with it. However, since this was a first for me, I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my sense of adventure.
まず1行目。
I've already given up. I don't do well with these types of puzzles. They're too abstract for me. I already struggle with Silent Hill puzzles, and they're arguably not that bad. Let's start with the first line.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川か。
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved
じい様の
hometown.
故郷ってどこだっけ？
Where was grandfather's hometown again?
戦前の後宮家は小田原のあたりに屋敷を構えてたって聞いたぜ。
I heard that before the war, the Ushiromiya family had a mansion near Odawara.
で、となりゃ小田原に流れてる鮎の泳ぐ川に関心がいくわけだろ？
Which makes you want to know which sweet fish river flows through Odawara, right?
まずはその川が起点になるからな。
Yeah, because that river would be the starting place.
んで、黄金郷を目指す者はそいつを下って鍵を探せとあるわけだ。
Anyone searching for the Golden Land would head down that and search for the key.
小田原にある川ってなんだ？
What's this river in Odawara?
鮎が泳ぐ川だぜ。
Does it have sweet fish swimming in it?
小田原で鮎って言ったら早川だろうね。
If you're looking for sweet fish in Odawara, it'd have to be Hayakawa.
渓流釣りで有名だよ。
It's famous for its mountain stream fishing. I hate fish.
マリアももう少し大きくなったらわかるぜ。
Maria, you'll understand when you get a bit
鮎の
older.
塩焼きをベロベロベロってな。
What? Lick, 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 salty roasted sweet fish.
うまいぜ。
Yummy.
さっき飯食ったばっかりだってのに、もう腹が減ってきちまうぜ。
Even though we just ate, I'm getting hungry again. I like how you said the lick, lick, lick.
ビスケットでもお持ちしましょうか。
Shall I bring you a biscuit?
ああ、悪い悪い。そんなつもりで言ったんじゃないぜ。気にすんな。
Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. Don't mind it. Isn't cookie in British, English, biscuit? Is Shannon British? That's incredible. Shannon-chan was faithfully keeping us company since she didn't have any afternoon chores for a while. I would have thought that since she's a servant accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but that didn't seem to be the case for her. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy joining in on a conversation with people close to her age. When I asked, I heard that she was the sort of worker whose room and board were supplied by her employer. So normally, the only person close to her in age was Jessica. Yeah, I can imagine how that might be pretty dull.
さて、小田原で愛の川って言えば早川だってことは分かった。
Okay, so I get that the sweet fish-filled river near Odawara is Hayakawa.
となりゃ下るしかねえよな。
In that case, we've got to go down it.
早川を下ると何があるんだろうな。
Do you find anything if you head down Hayakawa River?
下流に出て海に出ると思います。
If you follow it downstream, you'll arrive at the ocean.
そうさ、河口部に出る。
Of course, you'd reach the mouth of the river.
そして碑文の3行目には川を下ればやがて里ありとあるな。
And the third line of the epitaph was, as you travel down it, you will see a village.
ちなみにそういう河口部は大抵大昔から輸送の要衝になってて大きな都市があるもんさ。
By the way, since long ago, the mouths of rivers have been key points in transportation, and large cities tend to be built there.
ここが次のチェックポイントだな。
Might be the next checkpoint.
なかなかいい筋だね。
That's a pretty good theory.
バトラ君の想像通り、そこは大昔にとても栄えたことだよ。
Just like you guessed, there's an old city there that was very prosperous in ancient times.
小田原城があるところだね。
That's where Odawara Castle is.
修学旅行で小田原城に行った気がします。
I think I might have gone to Odawara Castle on a field trip once. So she has gone to school? Sort of?
素敵なお城でしたよ。
It really was a wonderful castle.
ああ、私も小田原城だったぜ。
Yeah, I also went there.
洋館に住んでてなんだが、やっぱり日本人は和風の方が落ち着くよな。
Even though I live in a Western-style house, it's true that Japanese people feel calmer with a Japanese layout.
マリア、お城退屈。
Castles are boring! What the?
遊園地がいい。
Okay, yeah. Theme parks are better. Theme parks can have castles too, though. Some might think of Disneyland. I think that has a lot of castles, probably. There was one that I went to when I was a kid that also had a really cool castle, actually.
そうかそうか。よしよし。
I see, okay.
黄金を見つけたらこのバトラ様が気前よく遊園地を一日借り切って遊ばせてやるぜ。
If you find the gold, the great Batora-sama will generously reserve a whole theme park for you a day and let you play in it.
しかし小田原城とはな。
Still Odawara Castle, huh? Maria is so good. I do think she's very cute.
小田原城の隠し黄金。
The hidden gold of Odawara Castle.
お
Oh?
こりゃなんだかいかにもって感じだよな。
It's actually starting to sound pretty good.
まあ、2年前の私たちもそこまでは行き着いたぜ。
Well, we figured that out that much 2 years ago.
小田原で鮎の泳ぐ川を下った里。
The village down the river where the sweet fish swim in Odawara.
そこが多分小田原城あたりだろうってところまでは私たちも行き着いたさ。
We figured it was probably somewhere near Odawara Castle.
問題は次の行だろ。
The problem is the next line.
さて、バトラの鎮水理はどこまで行けるか見ものだぜ。
Okay, let's see where Batora's strange reasoning can take him. Jishka grinned broadly. She seemed to be implying that she would have solved the puzzle long ago if it was that easy. Damn it, I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself.
4行目。
The fourth line.
その里にて2人が口にし岸を探れ。
In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of.
2人ってのが何のことかわからねえが、とにかく岸だな。
I don't know what it means by the two, but anyway, the shore.
で、岸ってなんだよ。
What does it mean by the shore? No, wait.
岸って名前がつく地名でもあるのかな。
Is there any place near there with a shore or kishi in its name?
蘇我岸という地名が小田原にあるんだそうですよ。
I've heard there's a place called Sogakishi in Odawara.
え
Huh?
おお、詳しいな。
Wow, you sure know a lot about it.
ってことはなんだよ。
What could that mean?
シャノンちゃんも黄金を狙って謎解きに挑戦してるんだな。
Shannon-chan, are you trying to solve the riddle and get the gold too?
となりゃ俺たちはライバルだぜ。
別に黄金なんて興味は。
It's not like I'm interested in gold.
ただ以前にジョージ様から教えてもらっただけで。
It's just that Joji-sama told me about it before.
2年前の私たちも同じ推理に行き着いたってわけさ。
That's because we reached the same conclusion 2 years ago.
わざわざ地図を広げて調べたんだぜ。
We even went to the trouble of laying out a map and looking it up.
小田原城の北に5キロくらいだったかな。
It was about 5 kilometers to the north of Odawara.
そこには確かに曽我岸という地名があるよ。
We definitely found a place called Sogakishi there.
でもそこからがわからないんだ。
However, after that, we got stuck.
次の5行目にはその土地のどこに鍵があるかは記してない。
The fifth line doesn't say where the key's hidden in that place.
マリアちゃん、読んでくれるかい？
Maria-chan, could you read it for us?
そこに黄金鏡への
There sleeps the
鍵が
key to the
眠る。
golden land.
読めた。
I can read it.
曽我
It's
岸
so
って
cute.
広いだろうし、かつてそこに後ろ宮家の家があったわけでもない。
Sogakishi is probably large, and there wasn't ever any house built there by the Ushiromiya family.
その広大な土地のどこかに鍵が隠されててノーヒントってんじゃ。こいつはお手上げってわけだぜ。
Not much we can do to find a key in such a vast area without any hints.
確かにな。
You're right.
鍵が手に入らないことにはその先の行に進めないぜ。
And without the key, we can't advance to the next line.
ジョージ兄貴、曽我岸ってのはどんなとこなんだ？
Joji Aniki, what kind of place is Sogakishi?
さあね。
Let's see. Hello, Mika.
行ったことはないからわからないけど、地図によると山の中みたいだよ。
I've never been there, so I don't really know, but according to the map, it's in the mountains.
確か浅間山の山麓みたいだったね。
I'm pretty sure it was at the base of Mount Asama.
なんだかパッとしねえな。
Something doesn't feel right.
宝のありかを隠した謎ってのはもっとぴったりとハマるもんじゃねえのかよ。
You'd expect a riddle pointing the way to hidden gold to be a bit more exact.
どうも曽我岸ってのがそもそも間違いって気がするぜ。
I get the feeling that even the part about Sogakishi was a mistake. I mean, yeah, they left out the whole, the two. So, I feel like if they can solve that part, it's probably not gonna land them in Sogakishi.
私は曽我岸を疑ってるぜ。
Well, I think it could be Sogakishi.
私たちが知らないだけで、例えばじい様の子供時代を過ごした家とかがあるかもしれないだろ。
It could be talking about some house that grandfather lived in when he was a kid that we don't know about.
1行目に懐かしき故郷をって行があるくらいだもんな。
After all, the first line mentioned his beloved hometown.
シャノンはじい様によく酒とか継がされてたろ。
Shannon, you've served grandfather alcohol and stuff lots of times, right?
昔話とか聞かされたことないのか？
Hasn't he ever talked to you about his past?
親方様は昔の話はほとんどされません。
The master almost never speaks of the past.
ただ、後宮家が滅びかけた関東大震災について非常に人事のように話されることがありましたので。
However, he talks of the Great Kanto earthquake as though it was someone else's story. What if Beato or some kind of magic actually caused the earthquake?
関東地方よりずっと遠方にお住まいだったかもしれません。
So he may have been living far away from the Kanto area.
後宮本家は小田原に住んでたかもしれないけど、分家はその限りじゃなかったろうね。
The Ushiromiya family may have been living in Odawara, but not all of the branch families were.
おじい様はよく自分のことを分家も分家、後継ぎに最も縁遠かった。
Grandfather often called himself part of a branch family.
と言われるくらいだからね。
At least connected to the successor.
ってことはつまり
And that means
懐かしき故郷ってのが すでに小田原じゃない可能性もあるってことだな。
The beloved hometown might not even be Odawara at all.
じいさまの故郷なんて聞いたこともないぜ。
I've never heard anything about grandfather's
聞いて
hometown.
も素直に教えちゃくれねえだろうしよ。
I doubt he'd actually tell me if I asked.
懐かしき故郷というのが後宮家のルーツを指さないのであれば、小田原説は初めから間違ってることになっちゃうね。
If the so-called beloved hometown isn't referring to the Ushiromiya family's roots, then the Odawara theory is wrong from the beginning.
もちろん曽我氏の疑いが晴れたわけじゃないけれども、
Of course, this doesn't completely remove the possibility that it was Sogakishi.
例えば幼少の頃を小田原で過ごし、その後遠方へ引っ越した可能性もあるだろうし。
For example, perhaps he lived in Odawara when he was very young, but then moved far away later.
おお、さっきから何の話かわかんない。
I don't understand what you're all talking about.
おお。
Mari had been completely left out of the conversation, and she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom.
つまりだな。
So, basically,
黄金すごろくの最初のスタート地点が決まらないことには何も始まらないってことだぜ。
if we can't even agree on the starting point for this dice game of gold, we're totally stuck.
いや待てよ。
But wait,
最初の5行で見つかるのは鍵だろ。
after the first 5 lines, the thing we end up finding is a key, right?
鍵なんてなくても扉はぶち壊して入ることだってできるはずだぜ。
Even if you don't have a key, it's always possible to bust through a door. I mean, he is not wrong. You could just say screw it and bust through whatever door is guarding the gold. Or, you know, guarding the next steps of the puzzle. Hello, Klaus.
とりあえず最初の5行をすっ飛ばしてその先の推理に入ってもいいんじゃねえか。
Can we just skip the first 5 lines and start figuring out the rest?
おお、その発想はなかったぜ。
I hadn't thought of that.
まあいいや、どうせ暇つぶしなんだ。
Oh well, we're just wasting time anyway.
続きを聞かせろよ。バト
Let's
ラ
hear
の
the
推理。
rest of Batara's reasoning.
でも、その先からは急に物騒になるんですよね。
But in the next part, it gets dark really fast. Shonan-chan frowned slightly after looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there. Yeah, I was forced to agree.
第1の番に鍵の選び師6人を生贄に捧げよう。
On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Well, I guess you do need the key after all, because you might be able to break down a door, but if you don't have the key to choose the 6 people that you're supposed to, you know, sacrifice, then can't really proceed.
いきなり物騒になるな。
It sure does get horrible quickly.
第2の番には寄り添う2人を引き裂けときたもんだ。
On the second twilight, it says to tear apart the two who are close.
恋仲を破談させるのか。
Does that mean to make them break off their loving relationship?
文字通り引き裂くという意味なのか。
Or does it mean to literally tear them apart?
わかりかねるけど、どっちにせよ気持ちの悪い話だぜ。
I don't know, but either way, it's pretty disgusting. I don't know why, but this is like oddly fitting for Kinzo to have a puzzle that basically could imply to slaughter your entire family. It's kind of messed up. Basically, that's what happened to his family, no? His entire family, or almost the entire family, ended up dying, and then he got rich very quick. Hello, Rebel. Good morning.
その第2の番の解釈を別にしても、第1の番に6人。
Even if we set that second line aside, it mentions 6 people for the first
第
twilight.
4の番から第8の番までで5人。
Then 5 people for the 4th through 8th twilights.
少なく見積もっても11人が生贄にされなきゃならない。
So at least 11 people must be sacrificed. Maybe they're not talking about people. How many people are there anyway? This would be 8, 11, 14, and that would be 19. So that means that 8 people would be surviving.
ベアトリーチェが蘇るための生贄。
Their sacrifices to revive Beatrice.
なるほど。魔女復活のための生贄か。
I see. Sacrifices to restore the witch.
そういう解釈にもなるな。
Yeah, that's what it means.
その結果、第9の晩に魔女が蘇って。
Near the end, the witch will be revived in the 9th twilight. Maria's... I always call it just cat face. It's very cute.
最後は極めつけだな。
That last part is guaranteed.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Sacrifices to revive the witch! Hee hee hee! That's very cute. That's how I imagine her thought process to be like. This low-key looks like a fanfiction game. You think so? I think it just looks like a Ryukishi game. I'm too used to the art style. Hello, Umbratus.
結局はみんな死んでしまいます。
So everyone will die in the end.
それでようやく次の第10の晩にゴールってことになってんな。
And after that, the 10th twilight is the goal
みん
line.
な死んじまうのに黄金鏡へ至るだろうって言われても困ったもんだぜ。
Not sure how you're supposed to reach the golden land if everyone's dead by then.
鍵を手に旅に出た当人も生き残れないに含めるのかどうかは解釈の分かれるところだね。
Yeah, that's kind of rough. Depending on how you interpret it, the traveler who holds the key may or may not be included in the none shall be left alive part. How would that even work?
しかしよ、最後のところには面白いことが書いてあるぜ。
Technically, it also mentioned the revival of souls or something. I wonder if that's the same thing as just reviving everyone that died. But at the end, there's something pretty interesting. This is when they cry. Yeah. Umineko when they cry.
ゴールした後、魔女からもらえる4つの宝の行だよ。
After reaching the goal, the witch gives out 4 treasures.
一つは全ての黄金。
One shall be all the
問
gold.
題は次だ。
The problem is the next
全
one.
ての死者の魂を蘇らせるとあるぜ。
It says the dead souls will be resurrected, right?
みんな死んじまったっていうのとかけてるような気がしねえか。
Doesn't that sound like it means everyone who died in the earlier lines?
それを言われれば、次の失った愛すらも蘇らせるという部分は、
If you put it like that, then the part about reviving lost love
第2の晩の寄り添いし2人を引き裂けにかけているようにも見えますね。
might refer to the pair torn apart on the second twilight.
そうだね。
Or maybe just love between the family members, because right now, no one really loves each other here. That's right.
そして4つ目も第9の晩にかけてある。
And the fourth one refers to the 9th twilight.
第9の晩に蘇った魔女を4つ目の宝が再び眠りにつかせている。
The fourth treasure is putting the witch revived on the 9th twilight to sleep.
好意的に解釈すりゃ、
If you put a happy spin on all this,
死んだり別れさせたりと忙しいが、最後には全部チャラになるわけだな。
it'll be hectic with people dying and breaking up all over the place, but it'll all be made right in the end.
目覚めた魔女も再び眠るし、手元にはたっぷりの黄金だけが残るって寸法だぜ。
The awakened witch will sleep again, and everything will be like it was at the start, except for the huge pile of gold. Well, hopefully the love doesn't just refer to the two people being torn apart, but also, you know, the general vibe will be better in the family.
死んだり蘇らせたり、別れさせたりくっつかせたりと、魔女様はお忙しいこったね。
The witch must be pretty busy, what with all the killing, reviving, breaking up, and reuniting people.
ついでに起きたり眠ったりな。
Not to mention waking up and sleeping.
や
It's
れ
a big
や
to-do
れ。
list.
せっかくの隠し黄金の話も、魔女の話が絡んじまうと急にうさんくさくなっちまうぜ。
Sheesh, just when the tale of the hidden gold was getting interesting, it all gets pretty dubious once the witch starts showing up.
違いないな。
Too true. I laughed along with Jeshka. After all, the idea of a witch was just too ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in the witch, got angry. You're mocking her belief.
魔女はすごい
The witch is incredible.
魔法で何でもできる
She can do anything with magic.
殺すことも
Even kill.
生き返らせることも
Even bring back to life.
愛を与えることも奪うことも
Even give love. Even take it.
空も飛べるし姿を透明にできるし黄金もパンも生み出せる
She can fly in the sky, can become invisible, can even make gold and bread out of nothing. I wonder where she's got this part. That wasn't mentioned. Angry ooze.
いけね
Oh, dang.
悪い悪い冗談だよ
My bad, we were just joking. Mishka apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. She grabbed her notebook bag out of my hands and, opening to some other pages, tried to prove that the witch existed. Those pages had colorful drawings of witches on them, and, well, conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches. It wasn't the normal sinister image of a crooked-nosed hag flying around on a broom, but a dreamlike person with unnatural powers who could do anything and wore a beautiful dress. It was just what you'd expect from an imaginative young girl. Flitting through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with a teacup and a teapot that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of it. With a flourish of her staff, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produced sweets would bud by the roadside. To Maria, witches were the only concept that could embody the magical dream that so captivated her. As she grew older, it was the last remaining thing that could give richness to her dull and plain everyday life. That's very cute. I think, you know, as much as they don't believe in the whole witches thing, they should be a little bit more careful around Maria. She seems very passionate about it, and she's just a little kid. Has Maria been drawing brim hats? Maybe. You know, all the brim hat variants in the Witch Hat Atelier manga have had really cool dresses, very beautiful dresses, so it would make sense. That's why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream of hers to be tarnished. That's why she didn't want anyone to tarnish the epitaph which affirmed the existence of witches. Because the witch named Beatrice is Maria's dream.
マリアちゃんにとっては、これは黄金の隠し場所を示すものじゃなくて、
To Maria-chan, the epitaph isn't a guide to the hidden gold,
魔女を蘇らせるための魔法なんだって。
but magic to revive the witch. So it was a single link between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung to Georgia Nikki. Kishka and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like the time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't seem willing to be easily consoled. Unlike Jeshka and I, who hung our heads wondering what to do, Chonon-chan timidly opened her mouth.
マリア様、ご存知ですか？
Maria-sama, did you know?
私たち使用人の間では、ベアトリーチ様の怪談が語り継がれているんですよ。
There's a ghost story about Beatrice that has been passed down amongst the servants.
そうだったっけ？
Yeah, that's right.
シャドン、聞かせてやれよ。
Chonon, tell us about it.
私は知らないんだけど、使用人の間じゃかなり有名な話らしいぜ。
I don't really know, but it's apparently really famous among the servants.
何の話だ？
What is this?
怪談？
A ghost story?
うん。
Yes.
僕たちが生まれる前からある話らしいね。
It seems it's a story from before we were born.
母さんにも話を聞かされたことがあるよ。
I also heard about it from my mother. Ooh, the brim hats are real. Ooh, the day of the pact stopped their miracles from happening. Ooh. That is something that I can see coming out of her mouth. Or hear, rather.
この島にお屋敷が建てられてからずっと語り継がれている話です。
Yes, it has been passed down since the time of the mansion's construction.
当時の使用人たちはお屋敷には昼と夜で違う主がいると囁き合っていたそうです。
The servants of that time whispered that the mansion had two masters, one of the day and one of the night. The tale that Chonon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, And of course the witch would come pay the mansion a visit from time to time. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
When people do the rounds a second time to check doors, windows, and locks that were supposedly closed, they'd find some of them left open.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり、
Lights that were supposed to be off were turned
つけ
on,
たはずの明かりが消えていたり、
and lights that were supposed to be on went out.
置いたはずのものがなくなっていたり、
Things left lying around would
置い
disappear,
た覚えのないものが置かれていたり、
and things would appear when no one had any memory of putting them there.
そういうことがあるたびに古い使用人たちは魔女が姿を消してお屋敷を訪れいたずらをしていったのだろうとささやき合ったそうです。
When any of these things happened, the old servants would say that the witch had visited the mansion, invisible, and was playing pranks. It would be kind of funny if Beato was that kind of person that would just, turn invisible and play little pranks on people. I can't see it, but it would be very funny if she was just a little bit of a troll.
ほらいる。
See? She exists.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists.
ああ、いるよな。
Yeah, she exists.
私も昔よく登校の時に限ってカバンが見つからなかったりしたもんだぜ。
Long ago, it was always right before leaving for school that I wasn't able to find my bag and stuff. Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh ooh, as though this was final proof that of the witch's existence. If I opened my mouth, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't. I mean, you hear this kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, they might blame it on a dwarf or an elf. The only difference is that they call it a witch on this island. Of course, walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of thunderstorm would certainly be eerie.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing
カノン
around.
君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。
Kanan-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. Isn't there butterflies in the main menu? Never mind Maria believing in brim hats, Kinzo would be a brim hat. Oh, 100%.
あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。
And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight.
私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうとささやき合ってるんですよ。
We've whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. I don't want to talk about Higurashi again, but now we have strange footsteps that people are hearing? Okay, alright.
ずいぶん前ですが、
It happened a while ago.
私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
But even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble these stories. Second pair of footsteps.
ひゅー。そりゃ怖えな。
Phew, that's scary.
怯えることはないんですよ。
But there's nothing to be afraid of.
ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。
Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master.
だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
はい。
Correct. I wonder if you could purposefully rage bait her into coming out.
私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて 腰に大怪我をして辞めた方は、
I've heard that just before I began working here.
ベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
Oh. Someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. Okay, maybe she wouldn't come out, but just do something like this instead. Heh.
だから使用人たち
Scary.
はベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person. So it's kind of like a curse, right? It's kind of like Oyashiro-sama's curse. Except you don't scratch your own neck open or you go mad and kill people, but you just fall down the stairs or something else really dangerous happens to you. You don't necessarily die, unless you really piss her off.
バトラとジェシカ、きっとお怒りに触れる。
Anger will definitely be brought down on Batora and Jeshka.
わあ、悪かったぜ。
I'm
お
sorry.
怒りに触れちゃたまるね。
I don't want her anger brought down upon me.
謝るよ、マリア。
I apologize, Maria.
もちろん、魔女様にも謝るぜ。
Of course, I apologize to the witch.
ベアトリーチェ様、ごめんなさい。よそ者のザレ言と思って勘弁してやってください。
I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive an outsider's nonsense.
私も謝るぜ。
I'll apologize as well.
ベアトリーチェ様、ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama.
これで魔女様、私たちを許してくれるかな？
Will the witch be able to forgive us now?
わかんない。
Don't know.
魔女は気まぐれだから、許してくれるときは許してくれるし、許さないときは許さない。
Witches are fickle, so they forgive when they want to and don't when they don't.
それは困ったね。
That's no good.
マリアちゃん、バトラ君とジェシカちゃんがベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れないようにするいいおまじないとかないかな。
Maria-chan, isn't there some kind of good luck charm that could prevent Batora-kun and Jeshika-chan from suffering Beatrice-sama's wrath?
何か魔除けとかさ。
Maybe something that can block against magic? By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, Georgie was trying to revive her self-esteem. Once again, I've got to admire his ability to calm kids down. After taking a moment to cross her arms and seriously ponder whether there might be a charm that could save us, she started flipping through the pages in her notebook. I thought it was just a scribbled diary, but there also seemed to be quite a few pages that looked like they'd come from a book on black magic. Maria solemnly considered a group of these pages, which contained things that looked like magic circles. Apparently, grandfather wasn't the only one with black magic hobby. Yeah, she's practicing her little magic circles. When Maria finally found what she was looking for, she snapped the notebook shut and threw it into her handbag. She then began fishing through that bag's contents. There seemed to be various jumbled up things in there. After a while, she took out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to Maria, and repeatedly threw them back in, saying they were wrong. It was all a little humorous, just like when... Oh, Doraemon took out the wrong tool. Why is there a circle? Is it to avoid a copyright strike? Finally, she seemed to discover what she was looking for. With a face that was unimaginably cheery when compared to the intense expression she had worn until now, she held those out to Jeshka and me. She's so cute! I think so. Nobody will know what you mean, Ryukishi. Yeah, totally. I grabbed it and saw that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary, with a scorpion-themed medal attached. Haven't you ever seen those cheap zodiac-themed accessories? The kind you might win in a crane game at an arcade. It really looked like something like that. There were two of them. Probably one for me and one for Jeshka. However, the very fact that there were two of them made me feel even more like cheap manufactured goods, making it pretty hard to think of them as magical items.
これを私とバトラに？
You're giving these to me and Patora? That's a super cute Jeshka expression. Look at that. She looks like that golden retriever or Labrador, I don't know, looking at the sun. Very happy, very cute.
このお守りならベアタリーチェも大丈夫。
With these charms, you don't even need to worry about Beatrice.
サソリは魔除けの力があるから。
Because scorpions have the power to ward off magic.
そうなのか？
Huh, really?
サソリにそんな力がねえ。
Didn't know scorpions could do that.
パトラが信じない。
Batra doesn't believe. He just said he doesn't know. That said too much and angered Maria again. Maria took out her notebook again, pointing out various pages as she went on and on about how the scorpion had such incredible holy power that it had been used in magic repelling magical circles since ancient times.
あ、他の使用人の子から聞いたことがあります。
Ah, I've heard about that from some of the other young
サ
servants.
ソリって魔術では魔除けのシンボルとして描かれることもあるんだとか。
Something about how the scorpion is drawn as a magic repelling symbol in sorcery.
へえ、そうなのか。
Huh, really?
ああ、サソリは悪い魔法や最悪から守ってくれる。
The scorpion protects against bad magic and calamity,
そしてエメラルドは心に平和をもたらしてくれる。
and emerald brings peace to the heart.
だから二重で効果がある。
Therefore, its effects are twofold.
本当だ。
It's true.
サソリがエメラルドを抱いて守ってるね。
The scorpion wraps around the emerald and protects
なる
it.
ほど。これはご利益がありそうだよ。
Yes, that certainly does sound like it'd work well. I really wanted to make fun of those worthless-looking charms, but as I watched Maria explaining with all of her heart and realized that she'd found them for our sakes, I started to feel like it might actually work, even if it was just a prize from some game center. The material quality of the charm didn't matter. What mattered was the strength of her feelings. Even I don't think of myself as the sort of loser who'd laugh at something like that.
そっ
Good.
か。ありがと
Good,
な。
Batra. Okay, thank
ベア
you.
トリーチェ様には謝ったけどよ。万が一たたりがある時でも、マリアのこのお守りのおかげで安心だぜ。
I apologize to Beatrice-sama, but even if I do end up getting cursed, I'll be safe now, thanks to Maria's charm. Batra, don't fuck it up challenge. He's trying so hard not to be mean and ruin a little girl's dream of becoming a witch.
な、ジェシカ。
Right, Jessica?
ああ、そうだぜ。
Yeah, that's
あ
right.
りがとうな、マリア。
Thanks, Maria.
心に平安が欲しいときは腕につける。
Wear it on your arm when you want your heart to be at
お財布に
peace.
入れるとお金が減らなくなる。
Put it in your wallet and your money won't decrease.
ドアノブにかけておくと悪いものが入ってこられなくなる。
If you hang it from a doorknob, bad things can't get in.
便利なお守り。
It's a really convenient charm.
それはすごい効能ですね。
What an incredible effect.
マリア様が自信を持って進めるお守りならきっと頼もしいものと思います。
Maria-sama gives it her confident seal of approval, then it surely must be reliable. Kanon-chan clapped her hands together and Maria stuck out her chest. She was totally in a good mood again. It's probably best if we let her lead the conversation a bit longer, if it'll keep her in such a good mood. Come to think of it, she looked a bit bored when we were getting excited about the hidden gold, probably because she couldn't keep up. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked, Jishka and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. Each time, Joji, Niki, and Chanon-chan would act surprised or chime in. The clouds in the sky grew darker and darker. The we cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after a year of separation. The whiplash when we get back to the siblings will be crazy. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in 2 minutes. So I think this is a good point to take a little 3-minute break so that we can hopefully make some good progress. So I'll be right back. Sorry, it took a little bit longer because I got some more wata. Hello, Rice. Hello, Sora. Hi, hi. We're both doing it today. Yes, Umineko. How far are you with Umineko? Didn't you also start it? It's been a while. Good meowing. God. Ugh. Let me sit differently. I always sit cross-legged on my chair. I feel like if I sit any other way, it's not comfortable. I can't sit normally. I also sit cross-legged at work, now that I think about it. I started the answer arcs, but no one really wanted to watch anymore, so I dropped it. No! It's such a good visual novel, though. I would have watched if I had already finished it. I think you should finish it. If you're already at the answer arcs, I feel like you're really far into it. At that point, you gotta commit. I love sitting cross-legged too. It's very comfy. Yeah, let me close this. I still have some tabs open looking up how much 2.5 billion yen is. I sit reclined back in my work chair frequently. Sometimes I think others may think I'm falling asleep just being comfy though. I don't like sitting reclined at all. I think that's actually more uncomfortable. But I can see how that looked like you're falling asleep. Honk shoo me me me. I'm missing 1.5 arcs, but with Chad I only read the first 5. Or read the first 5. I see, I see. I feel like you should commit. I'd like to watch it if I ever could. I gotta just read Umineko really fast and then I'll join you. Felt, yeah. I don't know. The chair I have at work is kind of uncomfortable because it's like the opposite of reclining. It's too forward for my back, so I just kind of sit very awkwardly. I could probably adjust it, but I don't know. I'm a little bit too lazy to figure it out. But the chair I have at home, which is a relatively new one, is super comfortable, and you can sit cross-legged on this so nicely. It's been a year, just check YouTube. It's okay, you just need a proper, like, recap, and then it's all good. You can go straight into it. Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since we last talked about it. I was in the middle of Higurashi when I knew you were playing Umineko, so... She happens. Definitely prefer my home office chair. My work chair is smaller and mesh. I like mesh. My work chair is not mesh, but my own chair is mesh. I specifically wanted it to be mesh because it's so nice and comfy. Comfy? And you can like really lean into it and it's really nice. Also more breathable.
今、額にポタって来なかったかい?
Hmm? Did I just feel a drop in my forehead?
どうだろうな。
Huh? I wonder. As Jojianiki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Oh, looking up right now. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, it wouldn't have been odd for a raindrop to hit him. The wind also seemed to have grown a bit stronger. I really hope they get a really cool... oh god, what do you call them again? Givita? What is Givita in English? I forgot. Thunderstorm? Yeah, I think it's thunderstorm, right? Yeah. Thunderstorm. We know English here. Maybe I should get back into it now that I converted to being a horror game streamer. You've been playing a lot of them, right? Umineko is kind of a horror game, I'm sure. The horrors of having a family. I didn't feel a drop. Only I didn't.
安心しろ。俺にも来ねえぜ。
Don't worry, neither did
それ
I.
に今夜になれば、誰にも等しく大雨が降るだろうよ。
Anyway, I'm sure it'll rain so much tonight that everyone will forget to get plenty of raindrops.
そうだね。
Wait, what? I feel like I read that so wrong. I'm sure it'll rain so much tonight that everyone will get to feel plenty of raindrops. Oh, I just realized... Oh my god, I can scroll even further up. I didn't know that. I thought I could just go up one line at a time. That's good to know. The horrors of being seen as a borrowed womb. Exactly. Like, what the hell? That's messed up. Hello, G-Man. Don't worry about finding horror in Umineko. I'm sure some will appear. For sure. There's some build-up.
そろそろ引き上げた方がいいかな。
That's right, maybe we should head back soon. Chanan-chan looked down at her watch. It was probably well into the evening by now.
もう仕事に戻る時間かよ。
Is it already time for you to return to your work?
はい。皆様と一緒で楽しい時間を過ごさせていただきました。
Yes, thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。
For allowing me to enjoy some time together with you all.
熊沢さんにクッキーをごちそうさまって伝えてね。
Tell Kumasawa-san thanks for the cookies.
さあみんな、片付けを手伝おう。
Okay, everyone, help out with the cleanup. Chanan-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant's job. But picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. That's good, that's good. We folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything up. The trash is getting away! She's adorable.
そいつは逃がさないぜ。マリアより先にいただきだ。
I won't let it escape. I'll grab it before Maria does. I'll grab it.
マリア、靴を濡らすなよ。怒られるぜ。
Maria, don't get your shoes wet. You'll get in trouble. To Maria, chasing after some trash sent flying by the powerful winds was just another game. By the time we finished, the wind was blowing pretty strongly. I thought this wind sound came from my window since it's pretty windy here too at the moment. I was confused for a second. Probably a good time to head back.
皆様のおかげで助かりました。
You've all helped me out a
あ
lot.
りがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
もう本当に時間がないみたいだね。
It looks like you're really out of time.
先に戻っていいよ。
It's okay if you head back first. Joji Aniki perceived from her hurried appearance that very little of her free time was left.
源氏さん、時間には厳しい人だからな。
Genji sounds very strict about
定
time.
時に持ち場についてないと厳しそうだぜ。
If you don't show up where you're supposed to be at the right time, I bet he'll be pissed.
また後でね。
We'll see you later.
お仕事頑張ってね。
Do your best with your work.
はい。
Yes.
それでは失礼させていただきます。
Then, if you'll excuse me. After making a respectful bow, Shanan-chan ran towards the rose garden.
ほんじゃ、俺たちもゲストハウスへ戻ろうぜ。
Okay, let's head back to the guest house.
テレビでも見て、くつろがせてもらうさ。
We can watch TV or something and relax a little.
テレビ見る。
Wanna watch TV?
テレビ見る。
Wanna watch TV?
なら決まりだな。
Are they going back to the guest house? Yeah, okay. I thought that if they were going back to the mansion, there was no relaxing there with the tense air surrounding that place because of the weird family issues that they have going on. Then it's decided.
戻ってみんなで一緒にテレビでも見ようぜ。
Let's all head back and watch TV together. Maria, who wasn't done having fun, agreed on once television was mentioned. We climbed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. That's a lot of stairs. Oh, wow. The wind had grown very strong and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on the water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. I'll bet tonight's typhoon ruins them.
バラ、今夜の風でやられちまうかもしれないな。
These roses might be done in by tonight's winds.
そうだな。
You're right.
バラたちもラッキーだったと思うぜ。
Still, I think the roses were pretty lucky.
台風の前にバトラたちを歓迎できたんだからよ。
After all, they got to welcome all of you before the typhoon.
花はいつか必ず散る。
All flowers lose their petals eventually. Why does he say that with the glare on his glasses? He looks super sus, as per usual.
でもだからこそ咲き誇る今をめでることができるんじゃないかな。
But that means we can admire them even more when they're in bloom. This seems like something that he'd say right before he kills you.
そうだな。
That's right.
マリアもよく目に焼き付けとけ。
Maria, burn this image into your eyes.
今この瞬間が今年で一番のバラなんだぜ。
At this moment, they're the best roses of the year.
おー、目に焼き付ける。
Burn into eyes. Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she'd remembered something. The rose that she wanted to take care of?
マリアのバラ、
My rose.
台風で飛ばされちゃう。
The typhoon will send it flying.
ああ、ジョージの兄貴に目印のリボンをつけてもらった。あの元気のないバラか？
You mean that sad-looking rose Joji and Nikki marked with a ribbon? Maria apparently remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her. Hello, Zero. Hi, hi. I've never even had Baumkuchen.
あれはどこだったっけな。
Where was that again?
確かこの辺だったと思ったぜ。
I'm sure it was somewhere around here. We searched everywhere around that area, but it was only a single flower among all of these roses after all. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, we weren't able to find it. The winds making up the typhoon's front lines made roses throughout the garden undulate? I have to look that up. To move or be shaped in a smooth, wave-like motion. Undulate. Hello, Noe! Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good time with Shoot and Order. I hope it was fun. Thank you also for the 10 stream streak. I appreciate it. Yay! Hi, welcome in. Playing some more Umineko. We're still on episode 1. I have no idea what chapter since we don't have any chapter numbers, but there's a thunderstorm pulling up, I'm pretty sure. Fourth route finally, and we finished day 1 on it. Hell yeah! How many routes does Shoot and Order even have? I own the game, but I still haven't even touched it. You know, 100 line is taking up every single space in my brain at the moment. Hello, Sir Random Lemon. I almost said melon again. Hi. 5 plus end. Ah, you're almost there. That was not too bad. How many streams have you had? Playing Shoot and Order? I feel like you haven't been playing it for too long, right? Only a few months, right? Old Melon. Sir Old Melon. I see you found a cool thingy so you don't have to stick to the side. Yeah. I saw that you also have one of these. Or you used to use this with your other model. I don't know if you do it for the new one as well. It's pretty neat. I want to get a custom one since this one is just a pre-made one. It looks very beautiful and it fits me very nicely, but a custom one would be even cooler. I have under 40 endings left. That is a lot. That has a lot of endings. Man, it's like 100 line all over again. A custom one, but then I changed my overlay. Ah, yeah. Time to get a new one then. But yeah, we're... I don't know what part we're on. Thunderstorm pulling up. We talked more about witches. We finally attempted to figure out the puzzle for the first time. Yeah, and now they're trying to go back to the guest house. Hope you can relax well after your stream. The weekend is just ahead. I have less than 40 on 100 line left. Shoot and Order is 3 days on every route, but only 1 true end for each route. That sounds kind of complicated. Yeah, I'm at 20 for 100 line. I still have a long way to go. You're almost there. It was also like, almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find.
ここじゃなかったかな。
Maybe it wasn't here.
少し手分けをして探してみようか。
Let's try spreading out a bit in our search.
そうだな。
Sounds good.
人海戦術で行こうぜ。
Let's go for strength and numbers.
ん？
Hmm?
なんだよ、マリア。
What's up, Maria? As we made to split up and search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. Maybe Beatrice stole her rose. You just go through it all. I see. You could tell that she didn't want us to leave that spot.
なんだよ、どうした？
What is it? What's wrong?
ほう、マリアのバラはここなの。
My rose is here.
ここにある
It's here.
の。でも現にないぜ。
But it's actually not, right?
この花壇の裏側だったかもな。
Maybe it was on the other side of the flower
みんな
bed.
で探せば早いぜ。
If we all look, we'll find it fast, okay?
ここなの。
It's here.
マリアのバラはここなの。
My rose is here.
探して、
Look for it.
探して。
Look for it. The stomping, just like Hanyu. I'm gonna stop making all the Higurashi references. Or will I? Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She pointed at that spot and said it was definitely there, but in actuality, it wasn't. Even so, Maria got mad when we said we were going to search elsewhere. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we had to stay near Maria and pretend to search through that rose thicket. I tell you, Beato stole it. Never stop. Okay. She sounds just like her. It's the same VA. It's Hanyu. She's just in a different body now.
ない。
Not here.
ない。
Not here. Not here. Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. Maria became increasingly irritated.
参ったな。
Oh man.
マリアがすっかり機嫌を損ねちまったぞ。
Maria's really losing her temper.
マリアはたまにすごくどうでもいいことを気にし始めちゃうんだよ。
Sometimes Maria really starts to care about really pointless stuff.
それがどうにかなるときはいいんだけど。
If she gets what she wants, that's okay, but
ないものは探せないしね。
you can't find something that isn't there.
困ったな。
That's not good. Just when we were at a loss of what to do, Maria called out in a loud voice. We could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Maria was waving her hand. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came. Or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Aunt Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over. That must be exhausting to have to go through, you know, the inheritance stuff with your siblings. Vile as they are. Hello, Butter. Hi. Welcome in. Happy weekend. Thank you for the head pad. Pause to check and hydrate. I'll do all of that. My, what happened, everyone?
何か探し物なの？
Are you looking for something?
探して。
Look for it.
ママもマリアのバラを探して。
Mama, you look for my rose too.
マリアのバラって？
Your rose?
この辺に元気のないバラを一つ見つけて、それに目印をつけたんです。
We found an unhealthy rose around here and marked it.
飴玉かなんかの包み紙でキュッと。
We tied a candy wrapper around it.
しかしマリア、確か俺の記憶が正しけりゃ、すぐ手前の目立つところに生えてたはずだぜ。
But Maria, if I remember correctly, it was growing right in front and really stood out, didn't it?
足が生えてどこかに行っちまったんじゃなきゃ、他の場所だったと思うぜ。
Unless it grew legs and ran off somewhere, it must have been somewhere else. I tell you, it was Beato! I hope you're also gonna do Beato's ha 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 laugh. Ugh. I don't know what it sounds like, so I don't know if I'll be able to.
マリアの記憶違いじゃないのか？
Maybe you remembered it wrong.
ここなの。
It is here!
ここなの。
It is here!
パトラが信じてくれない。
Batra doesn't believe!
その言うのをやめなさいって何度言ったらわかるの？
How many times do I have to tell you to stop saying ooh before you'll
ママ
understand?
も探してあげるから静かにしなさい。
Mama will look for it, so stay quiet. I'd never seen Aunt Rosa be anything other than kind and gentle, so her anger surprised me a bit. She's probably on edge. But also, what does she have against the ooh? I think it's kind of cute. Ooh, don't be mean to her, Rosa. Ooh. Aunt Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being. But we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here. So it didn't take long for Aunt Rosa to realize that too.
ここにはそのバラはないわよ。
The rose isn't here.
他の場所の間違いじゃない。
Did you mistake this place for somewhere else?
これだけたくさんのバラがあるんだから。
There's so many roses around.
違うの。
That's wrong.
ここにあるの。
It is here.
ママも信じてくれない。
Mama doesn't believe.
ちゃんと信じて探してるでしょ。
I already believed you and looked hard for it, didn't I?
でもないじゃない。
But it isn't here.
でもここなの。
But it is here.
ここにあるのにないの。
It is here, but it isn't.
じゃあ誰かが抜いちゃったんでしょ。
And someone must have ripped it out.
とにかくその言うのやめなさい。
Anyway, stop saying ooh. Why? He's probably listening to it every second. It's her let it go. Yeah, true. I can see how it could get a little bit straining if you have to hear ooh every single day for multiple hours. But still, you know, I don't know. I think it's kind of endearing, though I haven't heard it for less than 9 years. Who ripped up my rose? Who did? Give it back. Give it back. Ow, ow.
そんなの知らないわよ。
How should I know?
やめなさい。その言うのやめなさい。
Stop it. Stop saying ooh. No. How could you? Aunt Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. In that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected, she started yelling even louder. No! No! We can't do this! Not again! Let's not start hitting people again! I had this voice bit with a slap from the anime on MSN Messenger. Why? Why would you have that? My baby. Oh. She can say ooh all she wants. I'll accept her and love her just the same. Oh no, don't cry. My rose. My rose. Ooh, intensifies. I'm gonna start shouting ooh forever. It's very cute.
その変な口癖をやめなさいって言ってるでしょ。
Didn't I tell you to stop that weird
だ
habit?
からクラスの子たちにもバカにされるんでしょうが。
That's why all the kids in your class make fun of you.
いい加減にしなさい。
Cut it out. Hello? Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. Okay, listen. I said that I liked her the most out of all the siblings. I changed my mind. How could you do this? How is no one intervening? I know that it's her child, but like, hello? I could not just watch this. I would slap her back. Gonna look for Spooky and Dokomi with an ooh. Get the megaphone out. Perfectly emotionally stable family dynamics. Someone send help. They all need help. This is not okay. This time she didn't go silent. She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly loud voice. Aunt Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up.
ローザおばさん。
Batura for the rescue. Let's go. Aunt Rosa.
まあまあ、 小さい子供のことですし、そんなマジになんなくても。
No, she's just a little kid, so there's no reason to get so serious. I try to cut in with a bitter smile, rubbing my hands together. But Aunt Rosa glared at me with a serious face, and I realized that I should have stayed out of this. No, you should not have. This is good. The thing is that I have a feeling that she does this more often. Maria was a little bit shocked the first time it happened, but it doesn't seem like, you know, she'll stop anytime soon. It doesn't seem like this is enough to stop her. I have a feeling that it might have happened before when she's super stressed or something. I sure hope not. I still think she's the tamest of them all. Doesn't make this okay. Do not slap your children. Hello. I cannot read your name. Yeah, hi. Hello. I have no idea what you're talking about.
ごめんね。バトラ君たちはちょっとお部屋に戻っててくれる？
I'm sorry, but could the rest of you go back to your room for a bit?
おばさんはマリアとちょっと話があるの。
I need to have a little talk with Maria. A talk, quote unquote? I have a feeling it won't be a talk. Nobody believes in my rose. Even though it was here. Look for it. Look for it. Here, it was here.
でもないじゃない。
But it's not
なら
here.
他の場所の勘違いでしょ。
So you must have confused this place for somewhere else, right? You gotta be used to it if you have no qualms doing it with people around. Yup. Yeah, that is actually... I didn't even think about that, but that is very true. This is insane. It gets worse the more you think about it. You don't even have to second guess yourself. She's so used to it that she just does it. I just realized 1 year and 6 months and 29 days. Wow, it's been a long time. That is a really long time. Sometimes I forget that I've been streaming for over a year. 2 years almost. Horia Yui can cry. Yup. It is here. It's definitely here. I love the sprites. It's very sad, obviously, that she's crying, but very, very cute sprite still. Very expressive sprite. I love the Ryukishi sprites a lot. 5 years here. Whew, it's a long time. Half a decade. Gotta be proud of yourself. Oh, little baby. 4 months is still a long time.
じゃあなくなっちゃったのよ。
Then it disappeared.
諦めなさい。
Give it up.
どうして
Why?
どうしてマリアのバラがなくなっちゃうの
Why did it disappear?
どうして
Why? Why?
知らないわよそんなの。
I don't know that.
だからその言うのをやめなさい。
So stop saying ooh. Aunt Rosa once again raised her hand, overcome by emotion, and slapped Maria's cheek. It was strong enough to knock Maria over. Whoa! Okay, we gotta stop this now.
ローザおばさん。
Hey, Aunt
いく
Rosa.
ら娘でも暴力はいけねっすよ。
Even if she is your daughter, violence isn't the answer. How's no one else saying anything? I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground crying ooh ooh. I knew that, as an outsider, problems between parent and a child were none of my business, but I wasn't brought up to just silently observe something like this.
バトラ君は変に思わないの？
Don't you think it's weird, Batora-kun?
あなたの学校にうなってる女の子なんている？
Are there any girls at your school who mutter ooh ooh? Well, you know, Rena and Hanyu both had this little habit. I think it's perfectly fine. I think that's perfectly okay. How? Ow! Ooh, ooh. They're just reducing. Actually, now that I think about it, Rikishi just kept removing letters. We had how, then we had ow, and now we just have ooh. Just the letter ooh is left. Wow. Almost 2 years, knew it. Also, hello, Ayo. Hi, welcome in. We gotta beat up Rosa. Remember when this takes place, Spooky? I know. Back then, it was normal to sort of beat your children, unfortunately. So this isn't anything out of the ordinary, but, you know, that's still not okay. That's still not okay. And I'm glad that at least Batora is like, yep, this is not okay. I cannot watch this any longer. Still, like, even if it was okay, I don't think I would be... or accepted back then. I don't think I would have been okay watching this. Hello, Leon, small business cult. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, this is how they educated kids, I suppose. Quote unquote educated. There's no education when it comes to violence, really, but you know. Violence is always the answer for Rosa. Well, I guess we got a reply then. I don't know if this was normal in the 80s. I would say so, from what I've heard, you know, of people that were born around the 50s, 60s. They had similar experiences, you know, when they were in their 20s or so. I would say this is pretty normal. It depends also on where you grew up, of course. But I would say that, unfortunately, this type of raising your child was pretty normal.
Yeah, まあさすがに高校には。
Well, I am in high school.
でも小学生ならそういう言うのも可愛いじゃないですか。
But for an elementary schooler, I think saying ooh is pretty cute.
可愛い
Cute.
言うのが可愛い
Saying ooh is cute. Yes.
可愛いって
Cute. My careless words seem to have earned me Aunt Rosa's wrath. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying expression. Oh boy. She's flying off the handle. Don't say such nonsense.
マリアがいくつか知ってる
Do you know how old Maria is?
9歳よ
She's 9.
小学4年生なのよ
She's a 4th grader.
幼稚園児じゃないのよ
Not a kindergartner.
それなのにまだクラスで言ってるのよ
She still makes that sound during class. Don't you get it?
この子クラスでなんて言っていじめられてるか知ってるの
Do you know what they say about this kid when they bully
こ
her?
の変な口癖のせいで未だに友達の一人もいないのよ
Thanks to this weird habit, she still hasn't made a single friend.
無責任にマリアのこと可愛いとか言って現実から目をそらさないで
Don't turn your eyes from reality and carelessly call Maria
この
cute.
子の将来のことをもっともっと真剣に考えて
Think more seriously about this kid's future. She is stressed. I've gotten a chonkler or two in my days. I mean, the cutie probably got some kind of autism, and even if she did get diagnosed, they weren't really accepted. Yeah, I think they would just want her to be normal. As normal as, quote-unquote, normal. I'm saying that, you know, as they see normal as much as possible. They wouldn't accept it, even if she did have it, and they would still try to I don't know, change it. Hit her into not being autistic or whatever, you know. Spooky is her friend, right? I will shake her hand. I am her best friend now. Pray the gay and beat the ooh away. Basically. I wonder how much worse it was in the 80s. It's still like pretty bad in some countries, you know. Like I know that if I talk to my family in Venezuela and I told them about my views and, you know, my sexual orientation, for example, they would fly off the handle. That would not be okay. That would be devastating for them, you know? So in the 80s, this must have been so much worse. It must have been so much worse to talk about anything, any mental health issues you might have, any conditions you might have, any different sexual orientation you might have. That must have been bad mood, unfortunately, yes. I told you, stop making that sound. Didn't I tell you to stop it? Aunt Rosa struck Maria's quivering head from which an increasingly unhappy voice was rising. I tried to stop it, but Aunt Rosa pushed me away. My back hit Georgie Aniki.
昔はローザおばさんもマリアちゃんの幼児言葉の一つだくらいにしか思わなかったんだけど。
I don't think beating her is gonna, you know, improve the situation. Clearly, it's not gonna improve anything. A long time ago, Aunt Rosa also thought of it as nothing more than one of Maria-chan's baby words.
小学校の中学年になっても治らないのを最近はだいぶ気にしてて。
But now that it hasn't been fixed even midway through elementary school, she's been worrying about it a lot.
別にどういう言葉遣いをしようと関係ねえだろ。
How she talks isn't really that big of a deal, right?
そのまま社会人にはなれないよ。
She'll never make it as an adult if she's like that. That is fucked up. That is not something that you should say. Just let her say whatever she wants. You should support her the way that she is. It runs in the family. Oh boy. I do not look forward to learning more about him then.
だから見ていて気持ちのいい光景ではないけれど。
Or do you mean the ooh-ooing? In that case, I do look forward to it. The beating, though, not so good. Oh wait, you mean, oh my god, Kinzo, yes, I'm silly. Yes, you mean Rosa's daddy, not Maria's, yes. I guess so. I would assume that the other siblings probably were hands-on with the raising of their children. I mean, if you're so used to it, it just becomes second nature to you. They're all very abusive in their relationship towards each other. At least verbally. And there also have been like mentions of them hitting each other during these like family meetings because they get too heated, so no idea who Maria's dad is. I am kind of curious. I hope that they will talk about it, but if you've gotten so far and they haven't talked about it, that's a shame. You've been beating her for years and she still hasn't dropped the ooh. Beating her more isn't gonna get anywhere. Yeah, like how do you expect it to get better if you don't get any type of like, I don't know, you could get a speech therapist, and I don't know if that was a thing back in the 80s, honestly, but any kind of therapist really, and like figure out why it is that she has these mannerisms, you know? And figure out if there is any way to make it easier for her, like if it's caused by stress or like inability to express your emotions, and that is something that you say to express your frustration, for example. You could like work with a therapist to like figure out how you could support her. But no, I don't think beating her is doing what needs to be done here. Not sure if it got mentioned, but Rosa is so much younger than the rest of her siblings. She definitely seems that way. She seems like she got pregnant very early on. She seems like she could be in her 20s even? I don't know. She seems super young. I don't know if they mentioned her age though. I don't think it's mentioned in these either. Yeah, it does mention that she's by far the youngest. So I'm assuming that these guys are like, I don't know, in their 40s, 50s. Rudolph seems so much older than Eva, but you know. This guy has like very visible wrinkles and stuff, so I'm guessing he's like in his 50s? Yeah, 50s. And then, I don't know, I'm assuming these are in their 40s. Not sure. And she seems like she could be in her early 30s, very late 20s. But I can't really guess that well. Also, hello, Miggles. Hi, hi. Hope we're doing good today. This part of Umineko always makes me so sad. I'm sad that we have child abuse going on in this game as well, since, you know, it was very present in Higurashi as well, and I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to sit through that again, but unfortunately, we have that sort of stuff going on here as well. I mean, it's to be expected with the field that Ryukishi worked on, not on, but still, I'm sad that it happens again. Social worker Ryukishi strikes again, unfortunately.
これはおばさんたち親子の問題なんだよ。
So even though it isn't fun to watch, this is a problem between parent and child. I disagree.
まあ、私もこの言葉遣いのせいでよくお袋に怒られるけどよ。
Well, even I get chewed at by mom all the time because of how I talk. When they put it that way, maybe even a scene as painful as this isn't something an outsider like me should butt in on.
バトラ君だって小さい頃悪い癖が治らなくて怒られたことがあったんじゃないかい？
Batara-kun, when you were a kid, didn't you have any bad habits that you couldn't fix and that got you into trouble?
まあ、一つや二つは。
Well, one or two.
授業参観の日に人前でずっと怒られてた時は恥ずかしくてたまらなかったぜ。
On Parents' Day once, I kept getting yelled at in front of everyone and it was embarrassing as all hell.
じゃあ今のマリアちゃんたちの気持ちはわかるよね。
Well, then you can understand how the two of them must feel right now.
僕たちにここにいてほしいとは思わないんじゃないかな。
I'm sure they don't want us to be here now.
ジェシカちゃんにもわかるよね。
You understand too, don't you, Jessica-chan?
怒られてるところを誰かに見られてとは思わないぜ。
I don't think anyone likes to be seen when they're being scolded. She's not being scolded, she's being beaten! Choji dropping 20 points. True though. Knowing that this is probably from his own experience, seeing parents and kids like this makes it so much harder. Yeah, because, I mean, obviously it's something that happens in real life too. It makes it very sad to watch. Like, I cannot stand when, like, back when I was younger, I would see parents be really rough with their children. It has gotten less over time for sure, but sometimes when children were like constantly crying, the parents would like very roughly like drag them from place to place and they would like get hurt in the process. And I'm like, man, I cannot watch that kind of stuff. I would be super nervous and super tense and I'd be like, oh my god, please stop treating your child like that. And like having to see something like this in a game doesn't make it any better because you know that there's parents out there who would do this kind of stuff to their children, and it is not the way that you should treat your kids. You should treat them with compassion. It is hard. It is hard to express your feelings as a kid, even more so when you might have an underlying condition that makes it difficult to express how you feel. This sort of stuff is very hard. It would stress me out. Yeah, exactly. It is very, very rough to watch that. Even though, yes, it is not your place to say anything technically, it is hard to just stay out of it and not be like, hey, maybe you shouldn't treat your kid like that, you know? I don't think I could stand back watching this though and just leave. I don't think that's something that I could do. I think I would throw some hands in there as well.
行こう。
Let's go.
ゲストハウスへ戻ろう。
We'll return to the guest
そ
house.
してマリアちゃんが戻ってきたら
Then, after Maria-chan comes back,
何事もなかったかのように迎えてあげようよ。
let's welcome her as if nothing happened.
それが一番じゃないかい。
It's probably for the best, isn't it? I don't know about that. We thought Joji Aniki's point was probably a reasonable one, and we may have been eager to use that reasonable-sounding argument as a justification to retreat from this heart-rending scene. Teshka and I nodded at Joji Aniki, and we all left. We called towards Maria, telling her that we were going to head to the guest house, but she didn't seem to hear, and we felt sort of guilty and shameless after saying it. That is awful.
それなら好きなだけ一人で探しなさい。
Oh, I'm in pain. In that case, look by yourself as much as you want.
ママは知りません。
Mama doesn't care.
探す。
I'll look for it.
マリアが一人で探す。
I'll look for it by myself.
ママが知らなくても探す。
Even if Mama doesn't care.
勝手にしなさい。
Have it your way. After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold gesture meant to injure, but that wasn't Rosa's intention. It was because the hand with which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek was still numb. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. Oh, owie, owie, owie. I try not to be too hard on Joji here because I don't know what I would do if I were in this situation. I don't think I hate him for what he's doing here or anything. I understand his arguing, but I don't think I could personally stand to just leave and, you know, pretend like this never happened. I don't think my personality would allow for it. I get increasingly frustrated if I see things like this to the point where I have to say something, so I don't think I could handle it. Even though I knew, like, if I knew that this was probably the best choice, I don't think I could still. I would still have to say something. Isn't she basically looking for the gold for her mother? Kind of. I don't think that Rosa hates her daughter or anything, and that's why, you know, she doesn't recognize that she's just a kid trying to, you know, I don't know. I don't even know if she knows that she's trying to solve the riddle or anything. But, you know, I think that Rosa is probably just very stressed. I don't even know if the dad is still in the picture and is, like, helping to educate and just generally be there for Rosa and Maria. If that isn't the case, if he isn't part of the family anymore, then she must be even more stressed than I thought she was. I thought she might just be stressed because of the whole thing going on here, but if you think about it, she is probably also already used to treating Maria this way out of stress that she will never stop saying it, and she doesn't know how to handle it. And she was also I'm assuming a single mother trying to take care of Maria all by herself, so it must be even more stressful than I can imagine. But still, this isn't a way to handle it. I think she needs a healthy way to deal with this that isn't beating up her own child, you know? He used to say, ooh, that's why he's not in the picture. Yeah, he got kicked out. After Rosa left, Maria was left alone in the rose garden. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place, not until she found that poor wilting rose. It had definitely been there. Even so, it wasn't. Even though she knew the place and even though it had been there, it wasn't. Maria bitterly stared at the place it was supposed to be and thought frantically, maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly stood up, changed her position, and continued to stare. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, but Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed. I hope she won't be out there all by herself when the thunderstorm goes crazy. I think I might get my answer. I don't think she's coming back in, even though the thunderstorm is starting. I think she's gonna stay there until she finds the rose, which is gonna be never, because it's not there, probably. Something happened to it. Anyway, I think it is time to end the stream. We've been going over 4 hours already. I want to keep reading. I feel like I have no idea if I'm making good progress or not, because there's no sense of how long a chapter is, and I don't even know what chapter I'm on. So I don't know if I'm making good progress or if I'm making no progress at all, but this will have to do for today, because I want to go eat dinner and sleep relatively early, hopefully, maybe. But this was very fun, even though I got a little bit upset at the beating Maria scene. I wish it wasn't so, but it unfortunately is. Question arcs took me 130 hours and I was only reading for myself, so you're probably fine. How many hours do I have? Also, hello, Grakenork. Hi, we're doing it today. I have 13.1 hours, so I probably have a long way to go. We haven't even finished the first episode, so I think this will probably take me some time. You're making good progress. Umineko is just very long. Yeah, I also try to not break into a yapping session while playing this, because I don't want to talk for like 30 hours and then make no progress at all, so it's a little bit difficult. But let me see. I will raid... Choop, because Choop is playing Silent Hill 3. I think he's currently in an ad break, but that doesn't matter. We will still raid him regardless, because Silent Hill 3 is pretty cool. But yeah, thank you for joining me today. And this was very fun. We will be playing more Umineko on Sunday, as per usual. So yeah, thank you for being here. Miggles, Rice, Grok, Trace, Luna, Ayo, Krango, Sora, everyone else. I scrolled up a bit. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the lurkers. Lurking? Thank you for the lurking. Thank you for the lurker doing. And yeah, I'll see you on Sunday. Bye bye. Take care. Have a good weekend.